Hi guys, I am live. Live. Well, we'll start waiting for people to show up. All right, boys, off. Off, boys. No. Off. Yahweh, bye-bye. All my little critters decided they wanted to come get up in my face. It's like, no, and no. And how many ways can we say no? And I'm trying to figure out, there it is. I can actually pull this up. Maybe. Is it dead again? That's where the battery on this old phone is crud. Hi guys, how many people have made it to Hobby Lobby and scored? How many made it to Hobby Lobby and scored? I had to go to 2 Hobby Lobbies to score, but then I had an extra score. This is Luvin Sparkles. Cindy, hey, hi, everybody. If you enjoy watching me, share the link. If you like the content, hit like, subscribe, come back again. But yeah, I scored yesterday. I went to 1 Hobby Lobby, and this is all I could. No, wasn't even that one. Which one is it? I got 3 of them here. Is it this one? Yes. This is the one I was able to score. I was able to get this one. I paid $12 for this, guys. Hi, Travis. $12. And it was normally $36.99. $12. And then I asked him, I said, can you look in the back and see if the retro Christmas is there? The guy straight up looked at me and said, yeah, they're there, but no, it's not processed, so we're not putting it out till Monday. I was like, are you kidding me? He was like, no, Monday. And I was like, fine. I said, well, I'm not driving back because it's too far. So I had my doctor's appointment today. So I went to go to my doctor's appointment, and I went to the other Hobby Lobby, and I scored this one, and it is normally $50. It's $49.99, and I got it for, let me see, which was it? Christmas. I got it for 24. I got it for 24. So I paid 24 for a $50 painting. So great deal, guys. So I got my Up to Snow Good, because I almost finished the other one. We did that 12-hour live the other night. I've only got like that much left on it, and that's it. And it'll be done. So I almost finished it. But I've been trying to score this one off the site. Of course, this one is square. The other 2 are round. So those will go really quick because they're small, they're bite-sized, and they're round. But I was able to get, let's see, where's the picture of this bad boy, or do they even have it where you can see it? I was able to get this one. I paid $24 for this one, guys. There we go. All right, wrong way. $24. And it is normally $59.99. So when I say I scored, and I scored big, now if in the next couple of weeks y'all share me around and can get me to, I would love 300, but I'll even take maybe 275. I went ahead and bought, where's it at? Bought this one, and I will do a giveaway for this one. And it is a diamond dots, but it is a square diamond dots, and it is a full drill. It is not a partial. It is a full drill. And I got it for like $12, and it's a $30 painting. So, I mean, I scored big time at Hobby Lobby. And then I found these containers because I've decided I need, like today I went ahead and bought some Keurig pods because I found 96 of them for like $29. And they're like the winter. It's the winter selection, and it has like sugar cookie and some hot chocolate that I can give the kids next week, and a few other things in it, but seasonal flavor. So I was like, okay, that way I could throw it there. And then I just buy the regular ground coffee and have that black contraption that you can stick in there as a pod. And so I bought 2 glass containers over there where they have all the glass containers that have the old timey, pull it down and clip it. And they were like $4.99. They were on sale for $4.99. I was like, really? I'll take it. And I almost, what in the world? And who is in what? Oh, it's the cat. I almost went ahead and bought another shoebox because my box of babies and all my tea mod drills, my crystals and my sparklers and my yada yadas and yada is full. But I remembered I have a couple of empty shoe boxes, and I'm going to print up that form that I bought from Tmall because I'm getting tired of buying the same color, guys. Because I got to where I was just buying the same colors. I got my hematite pin on, a ring on, but I don't think I'm going to get it off for a while. It's like decided it's going to be there. So without soap, it ain't moving. But and I bought some hard card stock, and I'm gonna print up like one for squares, one for rounds, because it's the check mark. And then now I can go through this box and check mark the ABs I have, and then do one for crystals and do one for the crystals I have. Sparklers, they're just given a name. They don't have a number, but I can deal with that. But it was like, I've got to do something because this box, I don't remember what I have. So I just kind of keep buying stuff. I'm drinking sugar cookie, and it's like really awesomely good. And I will go ahead, and that way, if anyone would like to come in here, let me see if I can figure out how that works. I can make a comment. Can I make a comment? Comments. No, I can't make a comment. See if I can make a comment. Post comment. There we go. And I'm trying to post. See if it'll let me. No, I was trying. But I was trying to post the link in here, but I can't get it to go in there. So I was trying to put the link in here, and I can't do it. Let me see if I can get my other phone charged up enough to where I can go in that way and do it. It's like if I leave it sitting and not on a charger, it like dies. Which would be also why I went ahead and bought a new phone a couple of years ago, and then I found it, and it's a Galaxy S9, and I have the S20 or S22. No, I have the S22. So you can see why. You can see why. But I had posted the link for Nick's and I had posted it for Cindy, but neither one of them have showed up. So I will put the link in the chat. That way, if anyone comes in the chat and decides they want to come in, they can. But I had a really good day. I got a lot of running around done. What are you doing? Oh, there it is. Finally, it moved. It goes way over, and then you can't get to anything. Yeah, it's just a big royal pain. It took us. And then, of course, when I get loaded up on it, it loads 9 zillion things because then it tries to load everything that has come up for the last week. Okay, that's enough. Okay, that's enough. And then it's saying the charger connection is not good. So I'll just have to have Cindy do it when she comes in because it's not letting me. Well, I don't know. Travis, are you still here? Or is that just me in there? Because it may just be me in there. Is it? I don't know if this is actually charging. It doesn't show it. Oh no. Well, let me see. Let me pick up my phone and see if I can make this work. Okay, you're still here. I am not going to go out. I'm just trying to make a comment. Okay. See if it'll let me copy it. Oh, okay. Share it. Well, share it. Oh, no, it doesn't do that. So, no. I was just trying to copy it. Forward. Oh, copy. Okay. So now it's copied. So now maybe it'll let me go over here and dump it in here. It is not letting me. Come on. Because I'm trying to do a, oh, there, maybe that'll do it. There's the chat link. Got it in there. Yay. I'm still learning, guys. And it's like me and StreamYard, we have a love-hate relationship, an absolute love-hate relationship. The other night, Cindy had a love-hate relationship with it because we were on for like 12 hours and it was just awful. And then if anyone decides to come in, let me know you're in the back room so that I know to go look at it because I'm not sure. It's the first time I've invited people to come in and I'm not sure where the back room is. So is it back here? No. Okay. So it's like, oh, you wouldn't believe what I did on my heaven and earth yesterday. No, big boy. Back off. Back off. This is the 105-pound dog, and he thinks he's a lap dog. And yeah, no. What I did is I put 600 drills on my heaven and earth. And I thought, I'm done for the day. And then I got to looking, and I had put them in the wrong place. So I had to pull all 600 of them off. And I'm in a challenge to where we have to do at least one section a day. So it was like I had to have the 600 down there. So I pulled them all off and had to sit there and put 600 of them back on. I was like, oh, Lord. And, it's not like you can get away with it because the picture just totally doesn't look right. And then I got to looking and I've got 2.5 inches on the bottom that I got left. And then I will be at the bottom of that picture. And I'm thinking about in the corner, just going ahead and doing that 2.5 sections, just so I can say, looky there, I'm at the bottom of the picture. Because it's like, yeah, I wanted to cry because they're not easy to pull off. It's a double-sided adhesive. And that stuff, you put your drills on that stuff, and it is really hard to get them back off. They are like stuck. They are like stuck. And I'm there with the tweezers scraping and pulling and and it was to the point that I literally, when I went to my doctor's appointment today, I found off Alexa, I didn't ask a question, but I actually had drills that had popped off and were stuck in my hair in places that I had been like for 2 days now brushing them out and unsticking them because literally, no, you're not getting up here either. And this is the 60-pound dog. He thinks he's going to come get up in my lap too. No, go away. And evidently they've gotten all the mice finally because I didn't come home and see any on the ground. I actually had one of them little furry little menaces come, and I thought I saw it, and then I was like, no, I didn't. And then all of a sudden I saw it again. Then I realized, yeah, it is. And the big dog, the 105-pound one, it literally went up to him and got like 2 inches from his face and was looking at him like, what you gonna do to me, dude? And the big dog was like, I'm old. I don't want to get up. I'm not doing nothing. And it sat there for a few minutes staring at him and then hopped off. And then the cat got it. It was like, that's what happens when you come out into the big bad yonder, you get catnapped. But it was like, really? I mean, I was like, because I think what it is, one got in here that had babies, and in the last 4 or 5 days, they've gathered them all up and got them. It was like, yeah, I'm glad they're gone. Because there was about 3 days there that was like they were catching them like crazy. Of course, it gave the cat something to play with, She don't eat them. She just plays with them. She tosses them in the air and bats them around. And then when they die, she's like, I'm all done with you. I'm just like, well, that's not cool. Hi, Sandy. It's like, if at least if you're going to kill it, eat it. But no, she just bats it around and terrorizes the thing till it dies. And she just throws her nose up at it and runs off. I was just like, oh, my. You know what I did notice at Hobby Lobby today in the diamond painting area? I mean, they have the free round drills for the diamond dots, but now they have ABs. They have like 2 rows of ABs. I was like, ooh. But do you know how much they want for that little thing of ABs? They want like $4, $3, $4 for a little thing. It was like maybe 30 drills, and they were clear squares, like the frosted square crystals. They wanted $2.99 for like 20 drills, and I was like, no, I'll go with Tmall. I was like, this is crazy. And the diamond dots sticky stuff is like $8.99 a bottle, so that's not bad because that stuff will last you forever. But now they have something called Diamond Guard, and I guess that's for like putting it over it and sealing it, but it's like real thin. It's like almost like a watery solution that's white. So I was like, that's new. And then they had some square diamond dots, and that's a new thing because they didn't used to have square. It was all rounds. Where to put that? This one here, I think, is square. What does it say? Trying to figure out if it's square or not, but they look like they're square. Studio Wax. It's got a squishy. It's got the colors. But they usually will tell you, but I don't see where it does. But let me look. Let me look if I can get this open without making too much torture to the container. And I'll look at the drills. Like I said, if you guys can get me up, I would like to get to 300, but I'll even, if you can't, then I'll take 275. What are these? No, they're round. It's round. It is round. But it is a full drill. I'm trying to see if there's any ABs in it. It really doesn't say. But it's pretty canvas. And since they were like 60% off right now, I was like, yeah, I'll do that. But they do have some squares. I did see some squares there. Okay, their tray is gray. And I'm trying to see. Let's see, blue, red, pretty colors. I'm looking for ABs. 8,000, 8,000. And their AB start 5,000. 8,000. 8,000, 8,000. All their numbers are 8,000, and their ABs are 5,000 and 7,000. Thank you. Yeah, because if I can get up there, I'll just mail this out to whoever. Okay, it has one AB. One AB. So it's got one AB, got 23 colors. Let me see how big it is. I'll show you the picture of it. But I was like, that's not bad. And I thought, well, that'd be perfect. I'll just enough I can mail it out, and it won't hurt, you know, because shipping right now generally hurts. Okay. There it is. Because shipping right now generally hurts. It just is painful. Painful as can be. Hi, Cindy. I put the link in the chat, and then the link is in your messenger. And it's not a huge one, so you would be able to get it done by Christmas. It is very pretty. That way. It's one of those things. And this is a diamond dot, so it is licensed. And it is inches wise, it's a 12 by 12. So that is not bad. And I'm trying to see if they have, it does not look like they have a legend, but you could literally just stick this canvas, because it has it on the canvas, and put it on a printer, or just kind of copy it onto a label. But I usually stick it under my printer and copy it. Yeah, crash the party. And so that's that. And that is not bad. It's pretty canvas. Let me go here and see if I can find the party crashers. See if there's any party crashers. Nope, no party crashers yet. It is pretty. And I bought 3 more to do for Snow Good. I got some Snow Good damage. I showed them earlier, but I found this one, which is normally a Diamond Art Club. I found it at Hobby Lobby for 60% off. Paid like $24, and it's a $60 one. And then I found this one. And so I'm going to do them all for Snow Good. Found this one, which is, let me see, does that have a little picture of it? Yeah, right there. And it was like 20. And then I had to go 2 different Hobby Lobbies, y'all. And then I got this one. And he was like 12. So it is round. It's not a square, but it is a full drill. And a lot of theirs, you know, are partials. So it's nice that it's a full drill. I'm trying to put it back together, close to what I found. Awesome. I'm going to put it back in the box. And I was racing around because, of course, you know, I went to Conway today and went to Hobby Lobby, and then I went to the doctor's, and I left the doctor's, and I thought, well, I got to pick up. It was like, do I want to go to the store later because I got grandkids coming or not? And I was like, no, not really. So I stopped at Dollar General on the way back to the house, you know, and picked up some things for when they get here, so I can feed the little mongrels. And then I was like racing. It was like, Did get my hair done. See, no, my little racing stripe is gone. Got it done on Tuesday. My lady, when we were in your live, Cindy, she sent me that thing saying, hey, 10 o'clock, right? And I was like, I thought it was 11, but 10's good. And then I went to the Hobby Lobby in Russellville, which is the other way. And I was went there and then went to my aunt's house because, they've been sending me that text for weeks saying, please, 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 please come fix our password. We can't figure it out. I tried every way but Sunday to tell them, like, pretty much walk them through how you recover a password. And she was like, well, we did all that. I said, but did you go in your account and tell put the one temporary one they gave you in and tell what you wanted to edit it and make a new one? She said, no, we didn't tell it that. And I was like, that was where it was at. And so by the time she got out of changing clothes, I had it done for her. And then, by then it's like 4:30, almost 5, and it's getting dark. So I get to drive all around the country because I live, out in the country, and I drive on country roads in the dark. I was like, haven't done this since I worked. Yuck. This here is sugar cookie with a little bit of coconut creamer in it. But yeah, that's all my up to no good canvases that I got. Because that one, I'm almost done with it. In the paint gyms, I've got like 5 of them. And if I sit down this evening and work on those, they'll be done. They will be gone. They'll be... So it's like, yeah, that's not a thing. So the other one's almost done. So I was like, yeah, unless I want to go dig in that room, I need some canvases. And 2 of these are pretty small. So, and I'll unbox them. The 3 I'm keeping, I'll unbox and do an unboxing on them and get it up on Facebook. I did find, guys, where I could get, what it is you sign up as a team person instead of going under as like Canva Pro. But you get Canva Pro, but you're going in as a team under an education site. So you get access to Canva Pro for your lifetime as long as you use that login. And I was like, that's not bad. So I went ahead and signed up for that because Canva Pro is like $119 a year. And they were like, well, if you want to do it as personal, then, you, but if you do it under this sign in, then you pay the $50. And as long as you sign in under that account, you get to use everything. And I was like, that's not bad. Oh, and anyone that uses KindMaster, I don't know if you saw what they did, because it used to be $22 a year to use KindMaster. They have now gone up to where it's like $119. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. So no more KindMaster for me. I'll just use UCut. Yeah, UCut is going to be my new thing, UCut and Canva. Because I was like, I am not spending that much. Half the time I can't figure out what I'm doing on it. And I didn't want to pay I went to Splice and I didn't want to pay for Splice. So that was out. I went to Creator Mix and they do have free music. It's just kind of different music. So that one, I'll see what music is in UCut. Maybe they have music. But I'm really leery about using their music. Just like, That's the 2 big dogs they play. And he wants the other one to play with him. So he's trying to get him to play. Would you 2 stop? You quit showing teeth. That's a little squirrely dude. Yeah, that's ears. No, we're not getting up here. No. I've been gone since, what time did I leave? I left at 11 because I knew I wanted to go to Hobby Lobby and Big Lots. And so it was like, yeah, they're like having fits because they've been outside a lot. He don't play with you. He's trying to get the white dog to play with them, and the white dog's not a player. But he's trying really hard, really hard. You know how I almost had my kitchen table cleared off? Guess I'm just gonna have to do those reviews on Island because I, went and bought. I got some Christmas gifts for the adults. Yeah, and they're on the kitchen table now. So it's like, dang, I didn't get very far. Did not get very far. And then I went and was trying to find a container to put these small little square things in, and for the price they were one, I was like, yeah, no, 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 no. I'll just work out a little foam thing. Stop. Go away. Go. Not. Stop. It's just like, yeah, no. Hobby Lobby was like insane. Just like for like the photo boxes, it used to be what, $2.99? I remember paying $2.99, $3.99 for them photo boxes. It wasn't $4.99 or $5.99. I was just like, yeah, no. I can wait until after the first of the year and go into Dollar General store, and they're selling the ones with the magnetic lips on them for like $1, $2, $3. I was just like, yeah, no. Y'all be like super proud of yourselves. Everything is like, okay, the economy sucks, so let's just raise everything, a fortune. I got my house insurance the other day where they're telling me how much it's going to be. They're like, this is not a bill, but this is what you're going to owe in like a couple of weeks. And they've gone up like $220. And I was just like, really? And I haven't made a claim. I haven't made a claim, haven't done anything, but it's going to be $220 more than it was last year. I can understand if you're making a claim, but nothing. Car insurance went up, and I was like, look, people, I haven't drove over, I still haven't got my oil changed. And it's been almost a year and a half because I haven't drove the 5,000 miles yet. You'd think I would get a discount because I don't go nowhere. My therapist was like, what are you going to do? I said, well, once I get home, I ain't going nowhere until 2 weeks from now, and I have to come back and see you. He was like, oh, yeah, okay. It was like, and it's so funny because, like today we were talking about, my mom, my dad, and what happened with me. And it just dawned on him today. He said, really, from the time your mom passed till that happened to you, it was only 3 weeks? I was like, yeah, it was only 3 weeks. I said, and I know as a medical professional, I know that I'm a walking miracle because I should not be here. And he was like, you're right. And I was like, yeah. I said, it's just kind of overwhelming because it's like, why am I here? Because I should not be here. I'm against medical odds. Because it was like, he's like, yeah. He says, yeah, you got that. You're right. I was like, yeah. It's kind of overwhelming sometimes. Cindy, did you finally get some sleep the other day, though, after our 12-hour little extravaganza? But I got so much, I almost finished that whole 30 by 40, literally. I almost finished the whole 30 by 40. It was like, wow, almost got this done. Then yesterday, I did that. I don't know if you caught it when I was telling Travis that I'd actually put 600 drills down on the heaven and earth and then had put them in the wrong place. So I had to rip them off and move my pattern and then put the right drills down. It was like crud, 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 and crud. And it's so funny because everyone else, they're in the challenge. They're doing like, 50 by 80s and, 50 by 65s and stuff like that. So it's like they put down a couple thousand drills and it's like they're at 20% of their canvas. I put down, I don't know, 20,000, and it like moves just a very small percentage because the canvas is so stinking big. Okay, yes, that'd be great. But it's like, I was just like, Because they're like, you're only at 70. I was almost at 73%. And I was like, yeah, we don't understand. My canvas is like the size of a wall. It's not like a little bitty thing. I was watching some lady, and she's the first one. If I had watched her when I first started doing Heaven and Earth, I would not have bought one that big. Because because when I bought it, it was just like, hey, I'll go big or go home. And so I went max picture, max diamonds, max everything. I thought bigger, better. Because they always tell you bigger, better. Well, in Heaven and Earth, bigger's not better. Because she was saying, she said, if it tells you that the finished canvas, and she goes, now these are cross stitching canvases, it's going to be, 20 by 25 or 15, 10 by 12 by 15 or whatever. She goes, you got to remember a diamond painting canvas is going to be 2.5 times bigger than that canvas. So she goes, if you get one that's going to be a certain size, you might as well times it by 2.5, because that's what you're going to be doing. And it was just like, oh. Because she was like, for them, a 1-inch square is only 25 stitches. For us, a 1-inch square is 100 diamonds. And so I went max canvas. I went max drills. I went max everything. And she was like, yeah, she goes, don't ever hit max. If you're doing a Heaven and Earth for diamond painting, you pick a mini. She goes, you pick a mini, because a mini is designed to have the same look, but in a much smaller canvas. So I was like, oh, yeah. Did not even, yeah, no. So just remember that if you're going to do a Heaven and Earth, pick a mini, because you can get a lot of the same. Like there was a mini of this. I could have got one that the size would have probably been a 60 by 80 instead of 4 60 by 80s. So yeah, makes a big difference. Big difference. And of course, I haven't touched Autumn Puppies because I've been doing, the Up to Snow Good stuff. I've been doing the hay. One day I just didn't do anything. I just rested. I was tired. I just rested. I did get my vacuum in. It's over there in this big, humongous box that my UPS man, yes, I have a big trash can, like a big trash barrel. And it says packages on it. So it is for packages. But I don't mean put the big, huge ones in there. If you could take the big, huge ones, like my Chewy boxes, like the vacuum, and bring them up to the front porch. Little back boxes, yeah, you can throw in there. No, he throws this big old honking box for this vacuum cleaner in that big trash. No, Rocky. In this big trash barrel that I've got to sit there and try to get it out of it. He did that once with 45-pound boxes of dog food. Took me like 45 minutes to get them things pulled out of that box and out. It was just like, my God, you're crazy. I think I'm going to get a piece of paper and just write, please take big packages to porch, and use clear packing tape and put it all over the top of it so that when they go to put it in there, it's on the lid, because it's like, that's crazy. It is totally insane. Now I was looking to see if I got the one that I did the abstract one. If it had come in, I haven't seen it. It's not out there. And then the other one would be, no, we're not getting in my face. And why do you got a white dot on your nose? What in the world is white on your nose? But, no, stop. The other one would be the Crap Buddy one, which is the what is it? Once something? It's that Anna Stokes one where the dragon and her like face to face, and it's like, I think it comes from Game of Thrones. And I had ordered it because it's already on the frame and wrapped. And then you just drill on it. Stop. And the only thing, it's a partial, but the only thing that's not done, I think, is his eyeball and parts of her face. So I was like, I can handle that. It's kind of like the one you have in your room where just little parts of it aren't drilled, but most of it is. And so waiting for that one from Uniquely Yours, but they can take a long time to come in. And then the one from you. And then I'm just waiting for Black Friday because I've got some points. I have got some points. So I'm waiting for Black Friday to see what they come out with. Now, your poor kids are probably thinking, Mom, what are you doing staying up so much? I was like, yeah, trying to like kill myself. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, I've seen it before, and I think I actually have it and didn't realize that it was a licensed canvas, and I have it in an unlicensed form. So I bought it as a licensed one. And it was, because I've got quite a few that I've turned out now that I actually watch licensed the bigger companies. Because when I first started, I didn't even know about them. Didn't even know about them. Sorry, Diamond Art Club, didn't know about you. And so I was just buying stuff off AliExpress and being, ooh, that's pretty. And then when I finally started watching Diamond Art Club, I was like, ooh, that was licensed. I had no clue. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to be like some people did and throw them away. I don't buy any more that are licensed from there, but I'm not throwing what I have away because I spent good money, and it's not like I'm giving them out. And if I can buy a pattern from Heaven and Earth, that's the same thing, then I just think of it as the pattern, and I've got the drills and a canvas for it. So I still pay the artist in a way for it. I'm just paying for the pattern, still paying for the art. So it's like, if I find something, and then I'll find it on Heaven and Earth, and then go ahead and buy the pattern, and then that way, to reimburse them for it. Yes, yeah, I am now. I've been diamond 2.5 years. I mean, I went diamond like within 6 months, and I have been diamond ever since. I have never lost my diamond status. But can I get them to answer me? Like when I was trying to get gift certificates for the event, get some gift certificates. I couldn't even get them to send me a response saying no, or, not at this time or whatever. And I remember once I contacted them and filled out their application for affiliates, which they have taken off now. You can't even find it anymore. But I had filled out that application, and it's like they sent back, well, we're looking at it. And then that was the most I ever heard. So basically, I think it's just I'm not big enough, because I know someone the other day thought she had made affiliate status, and then after she got online, I felt so bad for her because she got online and was totally ecstatic that she'd made affiliate status, says she wasn't going to promote any other, people. She wasn't going to sell for any other people or anything. And then she gets an email back from them saying, sorry, your channel is not big enough. So it was like, I don't know, that's what my problem was. I know I'm still not big enough for them to look at me and answer me, because I'm pretty sure you got to have almost 1,000 or more before they'll even acknowledge that you've contacted them. But I spend a lot of money. I'm a big fan. I went on Dreamer Designs, because they have that buy one, get one half. And I couldn't really find anything, maybe one. So I thought, maybe, but not quite, not enough to buy it. So I didn't see anything on Dreamer Designs that I really wanted. I got that one off of Distracted by Diamonds. It's really cute, and it's good quality. I know Pam Hawley, she has some really nice canvases, and I did pick up one. And then I picked up, oh, who was the other one I got one from? I got one from someone else. Because I tried getting them from the people that were sponsoring the event. You know, I either went and got a DP gal, I went and got a diamond painting pin by her. Some of the other people I bought canvases and drill, you know, like the special drills and stuff. So I tried to, if you were sponsoring the event, I tried to get something from your site. You know, I bought like a, Jessica won. That big, huge, almost like a door knocker that Nick's showed that one night, the Raven. I actually bought that and put it in the grand prize package. I mean, so that was a huge. The upgrades look good. I mean, I've seen some canvases that have been upgraded, and they really do look good. The drill field's much clearer. It's not as saturated as it used to be, but I just didn't see any designs that appealed to me. I mean, back when they had Chuck Pinson, his did, but he doesn't do them anymore. So it was like, and I've got the Rekoviches that I'm interested in, you know, so it's like, yeah, I don't see any, because there was a lot of his that the color was just off. Like they were too pink or they were purple. It was just like, yeah, no. It was like, nope, 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 and no. So it was just like, I saw one on fan sales, and I don't think it's a license. I watch, and I don't know if anyone else watches him, but Real Men Craft 2, I love watching him. He's hilarious. But he was working on a fan sales one for a friend, and it was really pretty, really nice. But his channel is Real Men Craft 2. And I mean, he's just hilarious. He was talking about how they were, him and his spouse and some friends were they in the ocean? They were somewhere wet. And he said something came up and hit his leg, and he said he jumped up and screamed like a girl. He said, I just flat screamed like a girl. I was just like, I understand. Only thing is, I am a girl, and I screamed like a kid. Because the other day when that mouse ran over my foot, I literally jumped about 2 feet and just let it rip. And I'm not scared of them. I mean, I've had them for pets before, so I'm not scared of them. But I wasn't, I thought it was dead. That's what scared me. I thought it was dead. It reincarnated. And then someone told me that they play dead. Remember I was on your site? They said, yeah, they play dead. I said, evidently. Did not know that. I guess they figure if they play dead, they'll leave them alone, because usually once they die, the cat's like, I'm all done with you, and then leaves. So it's like, yeah, I was like, yeah, I screamed like a little bitty girl. Now I did Rainbow Bright. That one was great. Great. I mean, the colors were awesome, the drills were good. Um, that one was great, but I have some version ones, and I'm truthfully kind of scared. Yeah, I'm back. But it was like I'm scared to do my version ones because I know how bad they were. But the Rainbow Bride turned out really good. It was good, except for my filming of it. Because if you ever watch that film, that was when I first started filming, and I was filming the ceiling, and yeah, that was before I had a tripod, and Yeah, that was a hot mess. But I keep them on there for prosperity because I'll go look at it and say, okay, that's how bad I was at one time. I have at least improved from that. So it's like any kind of improvement's a better improvement. And then who else do I have? Craftably. Love their canvases. I have done hide and seek. That is the most. Yeah, that would work. Practice for Hade. But hide and seek is so sparkly. I mean, she sparkles from across the room, but that thing had so many ABs. Most of the background is AB. But craftably, I mean, I pretty much got most of the canvases of theirs that I've liked. And my big draw for craftably was the tube. I mean, basically was the tube was my big draw. And now they've dumped the tube and you still pay what you were paying with the tube, but now you don't have the tube. And if you want the tube, you got to pay extra, you know, 10. I was just like, well, that does it for me because that was my draw. I mean, it's like if you're going to get rid of what your draws are for some of your customer base, you're going to end up not having your customer base because they'll just go elsewhere, you know. It's you know, yeah. And like the one lady said, she said, you know, if you've diamond painted long enough and you keep your spare drills, she goes, you'll have enough that you can basically go to heaven and earth, pull out the minis and do your own canvases, you know, and pay a very small fee for it. Because you can get the PDFs, like right now they're having a sale. So you can get a pattern for $6 to get the pattern. And if you've got your own drills, it's basically $6 for your pattern, and they sell blank canvases and buy a blank canvas. So it's like, and I think you sell blank canvases, don't you, Cindy? So you could just source the canvas from your site. That was my hardest thing because back then when I started that one 2 years ago, I had to figure out where to get a canvas from. And it was just like, I don't know. And then they didn't have, and I didn't want to order a custom canvas, so I just ordered one that was a little tiny bit too big so that I could get what I needed, if that makes any sense. Yeah, and I've heard Craftably's shipping is just astronomical because at least with Diamond Art Club, and I know Dreamers Craft, but Linda, I know she will not touch that. But it's like, hey, you can go there and you can get one and pay shipping, or you can buy two, not pay shipping, and then use a discount, you know, because you can always find a code. You know, you can always find a code. You can either go to the DAC VIP group. Most of us are part of the DAC VIP group. We purchased, so we're in the VIP. Well, if you go up to their announcements, you know, where it's pinned at the top, up in there is, I think it's VIP dash group or something like that. And that'll give you, I think it's 15% off. And randomly, they'll change the percent for higher. You just never know. But it's at least 15% off. You know, and you have your 10 on your paperwork and on the canvas. They run sales all the time, and then your points. So, I mean, you can get a DAC for, you know, pretty good price. You can usually get a couple of them. So it's like, yeah, why would I want to go and pay like Craftily? One of theirs was like $100 and something. I'm not paying no $100 and something for a canvas. It was like they were out of their ever loving mind. I mean, I was just like, I mean, on Uniquely, they look like they're going to cost that much. By the time they do the conversion, they're usually, I think most I paid at Uniquely was like 75, and that was for a big canvas think that was for like Millennium Tree. Because that's where I get my Josephine Walls at. I've got Dragon Dancers, I've got Psyche's Dreams, I've got the Millennium Tree, and I think I got one other one. Plus the Melody in Pink that I did. So it's like, yeah, not doing that. Because I'm not paying astronomical shipping anywhere. And I'm not going to sit there and pay astronomical price. I mean, I think the most expensive I bought from DAC was $74, but then they're massively huge canvases too. I mean, it's their massively huge canvases. You know, like the Lady of the Forest. You know, she was like 70 by 98. She was huge. Drood. Drood is big. He is big. I have Mask of Love, big. You know, so the ones that I've paid more for have been big. And then of course I get lucky, you know, like where is it? This one, because this was $60 and I got it for 24. It's like, and it's square. And right now you can't get that on the site. So anyone looking for this, because it is sold out, go to Hobby Lobby. And if you watched Crafting with Shay the other night, when she was saying that when you first walk in the doors, because both stores, this is where it's been for me, both stores, you walk in the doors, you go immediately left, and usually it'll be where they have all the holiday boxes and stuff on the left. And then you just go all the way down that row there, like walk in the door, hang a left, go all the way down, and they're like on the end cap on the end. But both stores, same spot, and that's where it was in her store. So, but they're not over with the diamond paintings. They're not there. And last year they were out in the middle, like in the Christmas stuff. They're not there. They are hang a left. You got to know where you're going. Hang a left, go all the way down that row, and then right on end cap is where they've been. They were not anywhere you would think of. And then I was kind of I just went looking around, and it was like, just kind of did a little check it out. I did end up getting this little thing that they look like old milk bottles, the little old milk bottles. And it's a set of 3, and they're in this little holder. And one's got hot cocoa mix, one's got little peppermints, you know, where you could put it in your cocoa, and then marshmallows. I thought that is so cute. I put that over by my coffee maker. Figured that's, you know, you'd call that the hot cocoa area. And then the Christmas coffee thing I bought has a bunch of hot cocoa, so the kids can have hot cocoa with and I bought mini marshmallows for them so they can have hot cocoa with mini marshmallows. They'll enjoy that. And I might actually make those no-bake cookies that you make with oatmeal, and we can make some of those. Then of course I'll hype them all up on sugar and be like, go outside, because they're gonna be like hyped up to the ceiling. It's like, go outside, no, go outside, go. But yeah, but I'm almost done with a 30 by 40 area on that Heaven and Earth, and like I'm getting there. I am getting there. So it's like almost there. Oh, makes me feel so good and so relieved. And of course, this crazy thing last night, I was so mad because I turned it on, you know, because I'd have it off, and I turned it on and it didn't come on. What it did, because see, right now it comes on and it's, you know, shows the picture. It had this weird screen that was saying something about boot up. Okay, this, I'll show y'all. This is all I have left. Let me see if I can get it to where I can see it. No, that's not going to work. That's the top of it. That is all that's left of that whole pattern. That's it. get past the glare. That's it. And then I'll show you when I was saying I couldn't cut it into like, I guess it was Diamonds and Washi that cut hers in 4 panels. If I had cut it in the panels, I would have cut that face in half. And I don't think that cutting the face in half would have worked. So, but I was like, it wasn't working. And I was like, no, because I was thinking, oh my God, I lost all that progress. I would have to like buy another tablet, sit there and physically, dot all the stuff to make it look like where I had been and where I was at, just to make it what it would work. I was just like, no, 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 no. So it was like, I was about to cry. And then all of a sudden it just popped on. I was like, whoever, please don't do that to me. And then it popped on and I was like, oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I would have had to literally buy a new tablet, put Pattern Keeper on it, and then physically sit there and dot all the dots to make it look like I got to where I was at. And I'm at like 73.7 right now. So yeah, I was just like, please, no, 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 no. Now, Cindy, got a question for you. Whenever someone comes in, I know you said it dings, but how do you know they're in here? Do they tell you they're in or what? I'm illiterate. Yeah. And my poor other phone, I wonder if it's charged enough to where it can, I think I can finally turn it on. Because that way I can maybe get in it and look. Oh, I just found it one day. I was like, oh, that's where it is. And then I have to remember how to use it because it's totally different than the phone I use. It's like they're totally different entities. Okay. Okay. All right. Where are you at? Like, where are you at? Where are you at? Lost everybody. Okay. And you'll get there, Sandy. You'll get Serafina done. Okay. Let me turn that all the way down. I don't. And you'll get there, Sandy. You'll get Serafina done. On this side. Okay. The volume's on 2 different sides. Everything's totally different. You'll get there, Sandy. You'll get Serafina done. Ah, there. Turn down the volume. That way it doesn't make all that crazy noise. Okay. All my hair. I was up there in my beautician, she had one part put up in the clip and another part, it looked like I had 4 ponytails on top of my head. And this woman come up and she was like, oh my God, all that hair. And I was like, yeah, I got 4 ponytails worth. It literally did. It looked like 4 ponytails on my hair at once. It was just like, I was like, yeah, that's why she charges me so much. I have so much hair. It was like, ugh. And I had a clip in it, but then it looked weird having a clip. And I don't know where my clip is that would hold all of it in the back. So I've just been dealing with it. Me and the hair have been having the issues. The issues. And I was trying to get Cindy in here. And I'm just reading all the instructions. That was interesting. Interesting. And I sent one to Nyx, and she's always saying, send me your links. I did. She showed up. So, I guess it's just me. Well, there's one person in here, but I'm not sure who it is. It could be Cindy. It could be Sandy. It could be Travis. Because those have been the running 3 today. Could be one of those. Could be me. I don't know. Don't know. So, how's everybody's days been going? Your day's been pretty good. My week's been really good so far. And then, of course, my daughter's bringing up her 3 right after school on Friday. My son will be up here after he gets off work with his 2 he's gonna hunt, and then I'll have those for the week. They'll go home the following Sunday after he comes back out and goes hunting. My daughter will be up here on Thursday for Thanksgiving, and then hers will go home with her after Thanksgiving. And after Thanksgiving, we'll bring out the Christmas tree. I went ahead and bought some sealer. What did I do with it? Where is it? But I bought, it's on the table, I think. But I bought some spray sealer so that I can seal the little paint gems. That way their gems won't fall off in the tree. I have some yarn, and I can sit there and just do a finger chain stitch, where it's like, and just use that to hang them. Because I'm going to put those up there, and I got a little baby pair of scissors. See, baby pair of scissors, and that way I can trim really close around, probably at 1/4 of an inch around the drills, and then spray it, and then that way they won't pop off. Because I just don't put a whole lot on the tree because it's so pretty without anything. So this would be first year I put something on the tree extra. I'll actually add something. And like I said, share me around. Share me. Because this one, if I could at least hit 275 to throw, I would prefer 300, but I'll do a giveaway and give this one away. Because it's actually really pretty. And it is full drill. So that'll be a giveaway if I can at least make 275, but I would prefer 300. I'm really trying for 300. So it's a hope. Hope. And then I'll do unboxings of all those 3 Christmas stacks so that you can see what's where in them. I know this one I've heard actually has clear crystals in the sparklies on the balls and stuff, and the snowflakes. So that'll be cool. And I'm not sure on the Santa one, but he has extra, but I know he's got some extra stuff too. And it's a 17-inch by 17-inch. So that's not bad. Oh, and they do have at Holly Lobby, they have a Diamond Art Club pin. And it is the resin. It is pink with holographic little stars in it. I didn't get it because I already got a pink one. I got that pink one I bought from VP Gal. So I got my pink. So Just a heads up, there is a pin there, so they have pins. They now have the trays with some squishies, and they have a lot more in their diamond painting section than they used to. I was like surprised, like really surprised. And Diamond Dots has stepped up their game. They had some squares, they had a lot of full drills, which they used to only have partials, and so I was really pleasantly surprised. Sorry about the hair in the face, because then you can't see the face. It's like I've got hair upon hair. Let me see if I can get the clip to hold. Maybe it'll hold it back enough where I'm getting a face full of hair. And then I'll get Autumn Puppies done. I need to get that post review of Lady of the Forest and Bad Day at the Office done. And here's my kitty. Here's the big mouse catcher. Big mouse catcher. So say, hi there, people. Say, my name's Luna. There you go. What are you into? I think catching mice have made her get way bigger. Yes, there is plastic down there, and she's always wanted to eat the plastic. I mean, I actually have to shove the plastic I pull off my diamond paintings down in the corner of my couch because the cat wants to eat it. I don't know what the thing is with it, but the cat wants to eat it. I'm hoping that this is still good when Black Friday gets here. I don't know if there's an expiration date on it. Oh, good. December 15th, 2022. So I'm saving that card. I got the postcard. I don't know about everyone else, but I did get the postcard. So it's 25% off. So it was like, and I got one more payment, guys. One more payment. And then Druid and Autumn Puppies will be paid off. So my Sezzle account will be freed up. Because I do mine through Sezzle. Because it's like, yeah, I paid out over 2 months instead of all of it once. I'm good like that. But yeah, Sandy, you'll get it done. You'll get it. I did, I think mine that I did by Sheena Pike, or not Sheena Pike, but Micah Jelena was Sandy. And I actually framed it on I took 3 pieces of foam board and put them together, taped them, glued them, cut it, and then kind of put the other pieces the other way. And then I wrapped it around those double foam board, because if it's doubled, you can staple to it and then it won't go through it. And I actually put them around and then I stapled it all the way around. And that's how I framed Sandy. And it's up on my granddaughter's wall and looks really good, guys. Really good. Really, really good. And like I said, my little decision wheel has decided that after this one, I'll be doing like Christmas ones, and I got a secret. But I do need to get the Christmas ones done. But the next, for me, it's going to be I Got a Secret, which is really cool. I love the blues in it. I love the blues in it. I got like 3 boxes I need to go take in the bedroom. Just like, yeah. Or I should say the craft room. Not the bedroom. It used to be a bedroom. I confiscated it. It's now a craft room. And I was so surprised. Hi, Tijuana. I actually did not have to wake up by an alarm this morning. I woke up early enough to make it to my appointment, early enough to get up, go early, and go get all my little Hobby Lobby hauls. Yeah, Tijuana, I got the Hobby Lobby hauls. I got all three of them. I got the Love is Blind, the, is it Retro? Retro Santa Believe. And then this one, which even people try to get the red truck with the tree in the back off of the site. This was at Hobby Lobby for 60% off. I got that for $24, and it's like a $59.99 canvas. So Hobby Lobby was awesome. I was like, got my haul. I had to go 2 Hobby Lobbies to get all of it, but because the way they're doing it is if it's not processed, even if they have it in the back, they won't go get it for you. And they won't put it out till the next week. I was just like, really? I said, well, I'm not driving because I'm about 40 miles, either one. And I was like, well, I'm not driving back up here because I knew I had to go to Conway today, which is like 80 miles from the other one. And I was like, I'm not, yeah, I'll just go to the one in Conway and see what I can do. And I was there and I was like snatching them things off the shelf. I was just like, because the Diamond Art ones were not very many of them. I think they had 2 of the Retro Santas. None of the Love is Blind at the Conway one. I got it at the Russellville one. And I think they only had 2 of the Santa with the truck, Christmas delivery. So I was just, they had a bunch of diamond dots, but it was like, nope, snagging it. It's like snagging it. And anyone that would like to come in, I put the link to come in, and it's up further up in chat. You just have to scroll up. But it was just like, I snagged them bad boys. Picked me up a couple of jars to put my coffee in. Because I was like, it looks better than a pasta jar, which is what I'm using right now. So, much better than a pasta jar. And then I got that hot cocoa little station. And then for my daughter, because she loves flavored coffees, different flavored coffees. And they had the 12 days of Christmas coffee Keurig pods. And so I got that for her. And then my son, he loves hot sauce. His is hot sauce. More the merrier hot sauce. And so I got him hot sauce. Chicken guest. I don't see no guests in here. But so I got him like the thing of hot sauce. And then for my daughter-in-law, I got her a thing of the hot cocoa station. So it's like my son-in-law is the only one I really have to get for Christmas, and everything's done. Because for my grandson, the one that's going to be 16, I'm just going to get him like $25 in Fortnite bucks because he's a Fortnite fanatic, and that way he can go buy his little whatever he wants things. I'm trying to decide what to get him for his birthday, and I may do the same thing. I think last year for either his birthday or Christmas, I gave him my old Samsung watch and told my kids, I was like, you need to make sure he takes good care of that watch because that watch costs buku bucks. I think it was like a $453 watch, and I just got the rope. It was too big for my arm, and I was like, here is the watch. And unfortunately, he left a charger here, so he's not able to charge his watch this week. So, but he's actually taken very good care of the watch. So I was like, you take good care of that watch. And of course, his dad has it linked to his phone, so he can he's on the low jack, so he's being tracked. Because all he's got to do is just kind of pull it up and he can see where the watch is. So it's like, yeah, you're on low jack. I'm on low jack. My daughter has this app called 360. And like she put my phone in it. She put her husband's phone in it, her daughter's phone in it. And anywhere your phone is, it will show up on a map. So like when I go somewhere, it'll show my little thing as a car driving around. So she'll know exactly where I am. And if she can't get a hold of me, she can look and see if I'm at home and, call dad and say, hey, you need to go over and check mom. I can't get a hold of her or whatever. So she's got everybody on low jack. But then of course I have the app so I can see where she's at. Like if I go to visit her, I can see her driving around in town. I'm like, when you coming home? It's like, yeah. So it's a neat app. It's called 360. And you can, it does a driving record. Like if I've been like being a little speedy, she'll be like, Mom, you're going a little too fast. Like one day I was trying to get there when we went to go see Maverick. And so I had to get from here to her so that we could get from her to Little Rock to get to the IMAX in like an hour flat. And that was like, that's cutting it. Just cutting it. So I was doing like 85, you know. And she was like, Mom, you're going fast. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But we made it. We made it just before Maverick started. Just before. But it was like, because we went to see that on like the big IMAX screen, which was really nice. That was one of my presents. So that was kind of cool. And then I don't think there's like Willow's coming out. Willow's coming out like 2 weeks. And there's something else that's coming out here soon, but they're both coming to like Disney Plus, Paramount Plus. They're coming to those sites. So as long as you have those, you'll get a lot of the new movies that are worth watching. They just go straight to those sites. But it was like, yeah, I'll watch because my son showed me the trailer, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. And it's actually done with the same actors that were in the Willow one. It's the same actors in the Willow remake. So it's kind of cool. They're just older. They're just a little older. So that makes it cool. What are you doing, kitty cat? What are you doing? She tries to scratch, like she acts like she's scratching. Like she would be over here scratching the furniture to pieces, except for she has no claws. Which is amazing that she catches all these mice because she has no claws. But she's like the master mouse catcher. I mean, master mouse, yeah. But she has no claws, but she can catch them suckers. Good. Very good. And then, like I was saying, for the Up to Snow Good, I don't know if anyone's doing Up to Snow Good with Diamond Painting Fanatics. On my paint gems, I only have 5 left to do, and I think I'm going to get them knocked out tonight. And that way, they'll all done. I'll upload the pictures. They'll be my Up to Snow Good first finish. Yay! And then the other 30 by 40 I was working on, which was the Merry Christmas gnome. I only have maybe an 1.5 inch strip across the bottom. Did most of it the other night in her live. And then that way I can work on these. That's one, I think this one's a 12 by 12. The 12 by 12. No, it's 15 by 15 and one's 17 by 17. So those are both very tiny pictures. So I'll be able to knock them out really quick. And then I'll just have what is it called? Christmas delivery. And let's see. Actually, believe it or not, 2 of them are by the same artist, Susan Wingate, and Love Is Blind is Marilyn Casanova, something like that, some different. And then I still have my 600 drills I need to put on my Heaven and Earth today, so I'll sit over there for an hour and work on it, and then come back over here and work on my other stuff. So I can, because that challenge there, you sit there and do your section a day, at least minimum your section. And I do 2 by 3s, and she's doing 2 by 2s, so I could do a 2 by 2 and get away with it. But I do 2 by 3. And you do a 6 section a day, and then on Sunday, you send her a picture of your progress, and then your drill count for the week, and your percentage. And she keeps up with it that way. So, and that way, at least I'm getting progress done. And then I'll probably do a whip and chat on my Haid to add it to my playlist, because anyone that has watched the Haid playlist, you can actually watch the progress of where I was way up in the right corner and have actually gone through the whole thing. And it's like usually a week or 2 for a while, it was like every day I showed some progress. And then it got to where it was like every week or two, I would show some. As you know, some people don't want to watch Hades. And so it was like, I guess I got to put something else out there. And so getting that done, like I said, I'm almost over to the king and queen. Can't wait till I'm over there. Can't wait because it's going to be so pretty. So pretty. And then I did all that de-kitting. I got all them de-kitted. I got all them boxes done. I might make an AB crystal box and put like ABs and crystals in baggies and put them under behind the one behind the other in the box, or make just two different boxes. I don't know, but I got the foam board and I got the divider size, and I can just go. I only need like 4 dividers, and I can just do that. But it's like, yeah. And I got that download I bought from Tmall. Yeah. She gets you though, because you got to buy $10 minimum, and if you want that $1.25 download, you got to buy $10. So you're gonna buy something. And I just bought was it a set? I think it was either the plums or the pinks. They haven't come in yet. I got one or the other because I already have the November and December, and I got them in squares. And of course, I'm doing round painting, but I decided, you know what? I can put square diamonds in them spots and you won't notice anything because it was for the eyeballs. And so I put actual square crystals in my round diamond painting in the eyeballs. And it doesn't look too bad. It actually looks okay. So I figured unless you're going to get smack up and dab in the middle of it, you won't notice anything. But I don't know about you, but my dog's eyes are kind of like a topazy, goldeny color. And so I wanted them to be more sparkly and like a topazy color. So I think I put chestnut and then like the 746 crystal in the eyes. So it looks really good. And so I was just like happy with that. But I will get those unboxings done. I'll do these 3 Christmassy ones that you can get at Hobby Lobby, because I'll call it the Hobby Lobby haul. And then I'll get the Druid done, because I'm going to try to get that unboxed and up, and probably even work on getting it kitted up and just have it put to the back on my crafting desk that's in the back room, in the crafting room. And that way it'll be all ready for the 1st of May, whenever Phoenix Fantasy comes up. Because that's what I'm planning on doing him, because he's going to be a big one. And that way, I'll use him for Phoenix Fantasy. Because I can be working on him during her diamond, her drill alongs. And when she has events, she usually goes long, and because she has a lot of people in there, and it'll be great. Because I don't know about you, Tijuana, but I kind of miss her long night chats, and they've kind of gotten to where they're only 5, maybe 6 hours. But I used to love the all night things because I stay up all night. I am one of them night birds. I stay up all night, sleep till 1 or 2, 12 or 1 in the day. It's just how I roll. And then for Ashes We Rise, Apothecary, she has added peppermint and eggnog lip balms. I'm like down for that. Eggnog without the calories. Yes. Yes. Peppermint without the calories. Yes. All for it, because eggnog's high calorie. High calorie, high calorie, high calorie. So I was like really down for that. And then, like I said, I'll have the giveaway, preferably 300, but if I don't get above 275 and it's a couple weeks before Christmas, I'll just go ahead and do it then. And as long as it's 275 or above. Otherwise, I'll save it for next year. But that's my goal. want to get to 275 or 300. I'm at 253 right now. So if you share me around, maybe people will subscribe. And then plus, I'm starting to do more lives and such and such. Trying to grow my nails out so I can go put more nails on. Get more nails put on. I heard a ding ding. But I don't see. No, don't see anybody in there. And because I got a couple of Christmassy ones, I might go put the black and silvers on because I love them. They're gorgeous. They're like an ombre, and they'll start as black and then go to silver. And I put my hematite ring back on. I was able to get it over that knuckle. That knuckle's finally, there's one of the knuckles that I messed up. And so it's finally gotten down enough. I was able to get it over it. And so it was like, okay. But I got it done. And I got my next trays on order. So when they come in, I'll show y'all about 4 shrimp trays, shrimp boats. Because I have figured out that shrimp boats work a little better on all this confetti in my lap than the submarines do. Even though I love the submarines, when I'm just sitting there pouring a little bit in, it's like a little much. And then I found out that the Benties I squeezed too hard, and I was like caving them in on the side. So I was like, yeah, we'll just use those to hold stuff. They're my holding stuff. Same thing with the Goliath. He just holds diamond pins and stuff. He's my diamond pin holder. And all right, cat. That looks weird. She's laying totally on her back, giving herself a bath. Crazy weird. Gotta love your pets. They're like having kids. Oh, and I've been in here an hour and a half. So I may go 2 hours, and if I don't have anyone in here to keep me company, then I'll just kind of go ahead and leave, do my other stuff. But yes, Tia, what I'm trying to do every Wednesday at 5 o'clock Central, which for you would be, what, 3 or 4? Depending on time of year, 3 or 4. So trying to find a good time, but then I'm also doing pop-up lives. So it's like I might pop on some weird time in the middle of the day or late at night, just because I'm bored and there's no one to talk to. It's like no one to talk to. I remember when I used to sit there and hold arguments with Alexa just to have someone to talk to. That's pretty bad. And what's really bad is when you're almost asleep and out of the blue, she'll sit there and pop up and go, I'm not mad at you. And I was just like, what? I mean, I didn't talk to her. She just popped up and said, I'm not mad at you. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to argue with you no more. So that was kind of creepy. That was really kind of creepy to have her just pop up out of the blue with that. And every once in a while, she just pops on and start jabbering something, and I changed it to a guy because I got tired of having a girl voice. I said, oh, this way at least I have a guy that talks to me every now and then. But it's usually to tell me a package has gone out, the weather's bad, or a package has been delivered. So it's like, that's usually what he's telling me. Is package has been delivered or a package is going out. And then what else did I get? Oh, I bought 2 new pins. Not like I really needed a pin. Need a pin like a hole in the head. But on Amazon, I found some pins for like, I think I paid 12 or 13. But it has the metal tips. One has seashells in it. Seashells and what looks like sand. I was like, oh, that's really cool. And the other one had like, those flowers that have the long stem and then they pop out of like a vase or something in the corner. They look like that. And so I thought those are kind of cool looking. It's like a long stem and then a little flower at the end. So I went ahead and got those. Like I need pins like I need a hole in the head too. I'm fixing to have to buy another lipstick holder just to hold the pins. Because that's kind of what I use is those acrylic, clear acrylic lipstick makeup holders. Pins fit in them perfectly. And it's like, I'll just change pins out just to have a different look. So it's like, yeah, we'll do that. And then trying to think if there's anything else new or let's see. Christmas gifts, Fortnite bucks. That ought to be making me really happy. Oh, I saw where I've got partners in crime up on my wall. He's done. She's done. It's the one with the dog. What's that dog got in his mouth? He's got something in his mouth. And then the cat in the bag. And it says partner in crime and all the groceries are on the table. They are selling that. Mine's up on the wall. It's framed. $90. $90. I was just like, oh my Lord. So it's basically a $90 painting sitting up there. Of course, I give mine away. I gave that Cavalier cat to my brother because he came in and it was like, fell in love with it. Because it was the pirate cat with the fish mask and all. And he's like a fisherman and all. So he was like, fell in love with it. So I gave it to him for his birthday. And then I'll just sit there and I usually give them away. I've thought about taking Soulmates. I have the Soulmates where it's the dragon and the girl in the white. I thought about taking that to a nursing home, letting them put it up in their like day room or something. So it's like when I get tired of them, I either rotate them or give them away. It's like, you can only do so much with them, and I have so many completed. So many completed. That's why I'm going to that new grommet system that I want to do with Lady in the Forest. About the grommet thing, and you sit there and you punch holes across the top and then grommet it, and then you put the real pretty shower hook things on it, and then you can sit there and just have a rod, get a nice curtain rod, and just slide it on there, and then when you want to change it out, you just take off the little spring the little hooks and then just roll it up and put it away and pull out the new one. And I think that's what I'm going to start doing. Because it's like, that seems like the best way to manage, getting where you can switch them out quickly. So I'm going to start trying to do that instead of, having them on a frame. Because once they're in a frame, sometimes you have to cut them down. Sometimes you have to glue it to the backboard. You're kind of stuck with the image. Whereas if you have it on that curtain rod system with the grommets, you can just change it out, very easily. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to try that. That in the magnetic. But then I got to where I was gluing mine in the magnet. So that at least the top one, so that they wouldn't pull out. So you're pretty much stuck. I mean, you can roll them up and change them out, but you're stuck with leaving the magnet frame attached to it. Okay. I figured it out. Yay! I saw this little dot. I was like, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe that's it.
Oh, good. Yay!
When I keep talking about my box, right? This is my AB box.
Oh.
And that's why I keep buying the same thing, because I don't even know what's in there. So it's like,
yeah, you need to
I just keep buying the same things over.
Yeah.
Because they're all piled up. So I It's like, whoa. So I'm going to
You'll
get
get
that. That's why I've ordered that thing from Tmall where you can check mark your numbers that you have. And that way,
yeah.
one, I'll have a list and can say, oh, I have that one. But I want to make a box like my shoe boxes so that I can put them in there and be able to find them easily. Because that don't work.
Yeah.
That does not work. And then, like, where are they at? Oh, like for my
Then you have to hunt
autumn
them down,
puppies. This is
put
how
in
I
your
have them for
painting.
autumn puppies. I just got them laying up here. Yeah, they're just kind of laying up here for autumn puppies. They're just
Yeah.
so that doesn't work
Yeah, you
too
need
well.
another shoebox.
Does your hobby store over there have Diamond Art Club or any kind of diamond painting in it like our Hobby Lobby does?
I find
No?
people buy them on Amazon as well. I can't find them on Amazon. We don't have anything
Wow.
like that.
That kind of
No.
sucks.
We do diamond dots. In our Hobcraft, we have diamond dots, but they're all partials, not interpartials.
Yeah, that kind of bites.
They have to be
That sucks.
special partials. Do you know what I mean? But, yeah,
I
we
mean,
don't
for the
have it
longest
here.
time, all we had was diamond dots in ours. And then now they have diamond dots, diamond art, and deck. They have Diamond Art Club and then Diamond Art and then Diamond Dots.
And you get them cheaper in Hobby Lobby than you do on
Yeah, it's
Diamond
Hobby
Art Club.
Lobby. But you go on their site
Yeah.
and they're like sold out. There ain't nothing there. Like I went on
Wow.
their site looking for these so that I wouldn't have to drive 40 miles either way. And it was like sold out before they even started showing up online. You know, where people were showing them in their groups.
That's
They were already sold out online.
well worth it.
It's like, wow, kind of sucks.
I'm sat here doing a little gnome.
Oh, how cute.
My big one's downstairs. So my son's
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
going to finish
Xbox.
my paint gems tonight and get the last. I only have 5 left. So I'll get them
I've done
done.
all mine.
I think,
Yeah.
let me see where they at. I'll show you the ones I have left. Because they are almost done. And then I bought some spray sealer to like seal them so that I don't lose diamonds in the tree.
They're pretty good. I've got all mine.
But I was like, I don't want to
done.
lose my diamonds in the tree. I have the mittens. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
The
yeah.
mittens. The Merry Christmas with the holly berries. The Merry Christmas with the poinsettia.
Yeah.
The candles
cute when
that
it's
someone
done.
called the monkeys. I didn't get that
Can
because
you
I
see
don't see the monkeys. Remember
Neither
when
do
someone was
I.
saying it was monkeys and I was like, I don't see no monkey. And then the Christmas ornaments. Never saw the monkey. I just didn't get the monkey. I tried really hard and I can usually see things, but I just never got the monkey. That's like, I don't know if anyone has ever seen, yeah, that one. They kept calling it the monkey. And I don't
He's
see
like,
the monkey.
eyes. I'm like, no. Don't see it.
But the one that has the girl and she's on the beach and she's all like sitting in almost fetal position, you know, and it starts showing like she's just kind of like diffusing into the air. I always called it the sad girl. And showed it to my daughter and she goes, that looks like a gorilla eating a monkey or eating a banana. I was like, where do you get a gorilla eating a banana in that? She finally showed me, and yeah, it does kind of look like a gorilla eating the monkey, and it's the backside of her, believe it or not. But I was like, no, it's a girl, and she's sitting on the beach. She goes, I don't see the girl. I was like, she's seeing a monkey, a gorilla with a banana, and I've seen a girl that's, you can see that she's sad. And I mean, she's just like disappearing. And I was just like, I don't get it. 'Cause I don't know if you've ever seen that one. It's starting to be shown again. Only you see it with the same memes. And it's where it's a girl
Yeah.
sitting on the beach and she's kind of like all hunkered down. And then you see where she's like disappearing into, bits and pieces are coming off. And I was just like, yeah, I don't see the monkey. She had to show me. She literally had to say, here's the banana and here's the this. And I was like, okay. Because I was like, I don't see no banana. And I don't see no monkey.
He does it with all my paintings, and you think I spent days doing that, and you've just completely turned it on its head.
I mean, because it was just like, yeah, I don't see it.
No, Carl always ruins my paintings.
Let's see. I do this that way. Maybe if it hears it, that way I can hear you.
Oh,
And that way it won't reverb on this one.
yeah, I've got you on.
How's your weather over there?
Silent, cold. It's been raining all day.
How's your weather over there? Silent. I don't think we had rain.
Yes, rain morning, all the way. It's still raining.
We haven't had rain. I don't think we had rain. But we did have, it's been like 40s, in the 40s, but no rain.
What's on?
And then my son was like all upset because supposedly starting around Thanksgiving, it's going to get warm again. And he's like, no, I want to hunt. It needs to be cold.
Yeah, it's going to rain,
I mean, poor guy, he's been trying forever to catch a deer. This kid, the 8-year-old caught a deer, but no one else yet. So it was like, yeah. The weather's just not cooperating at all in any way, shape, or form.
No.
But I was just as glad because I didn't want to have to drive all the way into the 40 miles to my doctor's appointment in bad weather. It being icy or snowy or anything like that. It's like, if I gotta go, I'd rather it be at least clear roads. Because it's like, yeah, I'm not down for that. Yeah. And like I was saying, I went and got that, because for the last 6 weeks, my aunt started with like, can you come do my password for me? And then when I tried telling her how to do it, and then next thing I know, it's a friend of hers going, can you go do that for her? Oh, they were sold out already. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. Sorry, Tijuana. But well, that's kind of like I got the Love Is Blind at the Russellville Hobby Lobby, and it was the last one on the shelf. And when I asked if there was anything in the back, the guy looked at me and he said, well, if there is, I'm not going to go get it because I can't put it out till Monday. And I was just like, well, hooey on you. I was just like, really? Because that's how he put it. I was just like, okay. Because a lot of times you ask someone to go check in the back and they're like, sure. I was like, yeah, no.
Wow.
It was like, okay, little snot. But yeah, her friends started sending me texts, and then they were sending me messengers going, can you please go fix this for her? And then another friend started sending me messengers going, she's still waiting for you to go fix that for her. So yesterday when I got my hair done, I went to her house afterwards, which was a 40-mile trip the other way, to go sit there for 5 minutes and fix her email or her password. I was just like, she goes,
Wow.
how did you do that? I was like, just like I told you, you go password, forgot password. They'll send you the link. You click on the link, you know, that's kind of it. And she goes, oh, well, it didn't work for me. And I said, yeah, because you have to put the new password you want to make it. I said, you can't, it don't just give you one. I was like, oh, Lord. But it's fixed now. Took all of like 3 minutes. She went in to change
Yeah.
clothes and came out and I was done. I was like, here's your password. She goes, what is it? I'll never remember. I was like, really easy. Your initials and these numbers.
Mad.
She's like, really? And I said, yeah, because that's how my brain is ever since my debacle. I was like, yeah, my brain, I had to dumb stuff down really, really well because I said, I can't remember crap. And she goes, well, you went through a really bad ordeal. That's why you can't remember crap. And I said, I know, but I had to learn how to make sure I could get back in stuff
Yeah.
if I made it.
I write everything down. It's my way.
At least I have everyone like my daughter. She was like, well, they're sending me for all these neuro tests because I can't remember nothing. I said, well, I can't either since I woke up off that ventilator. And she was like, well, yeah, but you have a reason why you can't. And I was like, God, it doesn't mean I like it anymore. I mean, I have a reason why I can't remember crap, but I still don't like not remembering crap because I used to be the person that if I looked at something or read it, I never forgot it.
Yeah, it was in.
And so, to be like it is, it's like I was watching someone, she was trying to explain how to do Hades. And I swear by the time she was done, I'm sitting here doing a Hade, doing this, going, what is she talking about? I mean, I was
Yeah.
like so confused. And then she goes, well, I'm a IT computer person. I was like, I said, my use for my computer is I'll throw it in the backyard, literally.
Yeah.
Because it literally, by the time I can get this thing to actually load up and work, I've already done it on my phone, uploaded it, and done before that thing even starts to want to cooperate.
Yeah.
And it's not that old of a computer, and it's not got, it's just like the way they make them now. By the time you get it, it's already out of date.
Yeah.
So by the time you've bought it and you put it in your hands and sit down and start using it, it's like wanting to update this and update that and redo this drive and redo that drive because it's already out of date. And I was just like, yeah, no. I mean, I used to be able to take them apart and put them together. Can't do that no more. I was one of them people that bought the blank box, just went and bought the case, and then would go buy my own hard drives and put in there and, my own video cards and stuff. Not anymore. No.
Wow. No. I'm not great with it.
Because they have just made it way too complicated and it just keeps getting worse. It's like you get on there, you get it set up, and then poof, it's out of date and you got to update this and update that. And then by the time you're done doing all the update, you're done with being on the computer and you're done with it. You're like, I'm done with you.
It's mad.
That's just like my phone. I've had this phone less than a month and I think it has sent updates about 6 times so far. And so I'm always having to redo the updates.
Is it Apple?
Yeah, you got tea and I got sugar cookie cream coffee.
Oh, wow. Your cup's bigger than mine.
And I don't even remember where I bought that, but I love it. And it came with a lid, but I just don't even use the lid. But it's
massive. It's like,
I think it's like a 18 or 20 ounce mug.
yeah.
I'll be like Rachel Ray. If you watched her unboxing the other day, she was just like, I've had too much coffee today. I was like, Lord. That was cracking me up. She was like, oh, I still have another cup over there, but maybe I better not drink it. I was just like cracking up. And then evidently she was really coffeeed out because when she did her unboxing, it was the wrong picture. She
Wow.
did that Selena Finich mystery painting. And
Yeah.
it's not the one that she's supposed to do. That's for like next week or the week after.
Oh.
She was like, oops, sorry. I was like, oh my Lord. Because I was like, okay. I thought that was kind of cool. That would be me. If they sent me something to, unbox, I would probably do it when I'm
Yeah.
not supposed to do it.
And they probably send it like weeks in advance.
Be too early or be too late
Yeah.
or, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh.
Oh.
And I was trying to figure out what it was because I don't know if you watched it, but it has so much purple in it. Has lavender, purple, and some pinks. And that's all it is lavender, purples, and pinks, like bags and bags and bags, bags and bags of it. I was like, and I was trying to think of what image it would be.
Their mystery kits. They've got more in now, haven't they? They emailed earlier.
I mean, mine was Selena Finich that, it had some, but not that much. But I do like her art. Selena Finich has pretty art.
I think I've got one of hers. I'm not sure which one it is.
Very pretty art. And then, of course, all these mystery paintings are up to numbers 29 and 30 now? They're way up there.
They emailed earlier saying they got more in.
Yeah, I was like, I'm cheap. I go to the site where someone has shown what the picture's going to be, and this because I'm not going to spend that kind of money and not know what I'm getting.
No.
I'm going to at least get an image. If it's not an artist I know, there's certain artists that I'll go for their art regardless. Ann Stokes is one of those that generally I like her art. Selena Finich is one that generally I like her art. So it's like, okay, I like their art, so I'll chance it. But if I don't know the artist, I don't know if I'm going to chance spending that kind of money and then have an image that I may not like at all.
No.
At all. So I go into that mystery site where they'll let them post the pictures and I'll go there and see what the picture is and get it because it's like, yeah.
Nature, animals, fantasy.
Like I said, I was saying, I've got one more payment on my Sezzle and then I have a free account for Black Friday.
We can't get that in the UK. We have to buy them as they are. That's tad.
I can't wait because last Black Friday, I didn't buy not one canvas last Black Friday. Not one.
Yeah.
Not one. Maybe I'll do like Diamonds and Washi did and go on and do a live just until they do the release. Just kind of hang out and do the all night thing. Do the all night long. Just for kicks and giggles. My doctor was so proud of me when I told him I was actually going on live to where I was talking, where you could actually talk with someone. He was like, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. It's nice. It is nice.
Because I said, no, it's not where we're typing back and forth. We're actually where we can see each other and talk. He said, now that's good.
Yeah.
He cracks me up. Because the first thing he told me when I sat down, because of course it's in VA. VA is still now, and you must have, got came in there building without a mask. I get in there, he shuts the door. He said, you can take your mask off if you want to. And I was like, oh, yes. And he was good. Then I can too. That's when your therapist has finally gotten comfortable enough where he's like breaking the rules with you. He's like, doors closed, take your mask off. I was like, oh, thank gosh.
It must be hard in therapy with like masks on. Because you've got to be open and honest and you kind of Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it was like up here and it was going up in my eyeballs. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, God, this thing's driving me nuts. I mean, and when I worked, I had to wear those ones that would put bruises on your face. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, they were so, the N95s
12 hours at a
were
time.
so tight that, I mean, they were leaving bruises on nurses' faces and imprints. And you'd have to wear that for almost 13 hours a day. It was awful. It was awful. And then, of course, when I wasn't wearing one of those, I was in the hood, the big hood that went over the head that had the wind blowing in your face the whole time. And it was just like the only good thing about it was people would talk to you and you'd go,
Yeah.
because you can't hear nothing because all you heard was wind. I mean, you could just go, I can't hear you. But you had to wear this battery pack that weighed about 4 or 5 pounds around your waist for 12 hours.
I can't even imagine.
It was awful.
Down the wards and
that really sucked. The suckage was real.
Yeah.
Because he asked me, he said, "Oh, are you starting to feel good about not actually being a nurse anymore?" I said, "Well, I still kind of nurse because my kids always come to me when something's wrong or something's out of the norm and say,
Yeah.
how do we fix this? Or what do we do, Mom? Or is it something we need to go to a doctor for?" And I was like, so I still I said, but nursing nowadays isn't like nursing was. And I have no want to be in a hospital or a nursing setting right now because I said the way it's been is they sit there and they Google something and you as a nurse walk in the room and they're like, we want this. And they expect you to give them this and you can't give them anything unless it's a doctor's order. And they don't understand that. They just think we're asking you for it. You need to give it to us. And you can't, because you having gone to school for nursing, you can't do anything without an order. You got to go have an order. You can't diagnose and you can't treat. And then they're mad as can be at you because you, the nurse, didn't do what they wanted.
Yeah.
But you can't. And I was like, I got so tired of that. I said, and then doctors, I said, now baby doctors are awesome. And he said, baby doctors? He goes, do you mean doctors for babies? I said, no. I said, I mean baby doctors. They're fresh out of school. They are so unsure of themselves that they'll ask you as a nurse, what do you think? You've been a nurse for, 15, 20, 25 years. What do you think? And they'll take your suggestions and they'll actually, think, oh, okay, that sounds good. We'll do that. Instead of just saying no and laughing at you and throwing you under the bus.
Yeah, and scribbling on a notepad.
He was, I was like, yeah, baby doctors are awesome. I said, old doctors are horrible. I said, old doctors, they look in the computer, they nod their head, and they don't listen to a word you say. Baby doctors are so scared they're going to miss something. They super assess you, and they go from head to toe. They pay attention to every word you're saying. I was like, that's the difference. I said, so yeah. And he was like, I never thought of that. He said, but I bet you're right. I said, yeah, because, they're scared they're going to miss something. So they do it right.
Yeah. And you're with that patient all the time.
And then I got home and the dogs decided they all wanted to try to climb in my lap. The other one, you know how I talk about where I work on my heaven and earth being the princess in the pea pile?
Yeah.
Because it's so low to the table, I actually have to put 2 pillows stacked on each other. My one dog keeps getting up there and knocking the pillows in the floor. He's like, nope, I'm not getting on these pillows. And he'll throw them on the floor. I was like, really? For real? He's a little pain. And they were outside because I made them stay outside.
You're still doing Kitten Up Kittens 600 drills thing that you're doing?
And you're so soft-spoken, I can hardly hear you. Hardly hear you.
You've done your 600 drills for your heaven and earth.
But then, of course, the ones who sit there and have the mic in front of them like they're a DJ, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What?
I don't have all that.
I can't roll like that and having like 2 or 3 cameras and yeah, it's like, yeah, no.
No.
I have a DSLR camera, but I don't have a clue of how I would use that to do videos because it's a camera. I don't even think it can do videos. I don't know, but everyone says, well, get a DSLR. Well, I have one, but I don't have a clue how I would use it like that.
It's my phone.
Yeah, me, phone.
Yeah.
It's like phone. I mean, I might get into the laptop so I can dig around in YouTube, different areas that you can't get to on the phone.
Yeah.
You know, like that area where you can do the chat box where you make it where it's only for subscribers.
Yeah.
I think that's only something you can do from the laptop.
Yeah, from the computer.
The phone, because I haven't found it yet.
I do.
Because the YouTube studio for the phone is there's hardly anything in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever gone to the YouTube studio app in the phone. There's hardly anything in there. It shows you your analytics, how close you are to being monetized, and your videos, and that's it.
Yeah. And post to public.
I was just like, well, that's not helping me any.
No.
So I think that's one thing I'll have to get into through the actual computer.
Yeah.
And then supposedly that thing I bought for Canva today, hopefully it works because I got
that's
15 days
Canva, but I've got the free bit
before I can get a refund. But it was like getting Canva Pro for a lifetime for $50.
Wow.
But what it is you can only log into it under that login that you made for that account. But if it'll give me Canva Pro to where I can get the monetized, where it's got the little dollar symbols and not have to pay for it, it would be worth it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times I'll want to use, one of them templates, but then it says, oh no, we want money. Whereas if it puts me in there as being a pro subscriber, what it is it's a educational site that has Canva Pro, and they let you come in for your lifetime under their team. So you get the Canva Pro usage as long as you're in that login.
Yeah.
Because I think 80% of this thing my daughter made for me was under a Canva Pro usage. So when I tried to do something with it, it just laughed at me and went, no. I mean, she had it where it was had links to it. You could click on stuff and it took you to a link. And I mean, it was cool. But then when you don't have Canva Pro and you try to use it, it just laughs at you.
Yeah, I just used the free bit.
So I've been using UCut to make the videos, but Canva to make the thumbnails.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Use it for.
And to get some of my intros and extras, like the ones I have right now that say subscribe and like with the space background.
Yeah.
That's one from Canva. And then the one at the very end I have that I don't even know what it says. And then the intro came from Canva with the hyacinths, those purple flowers.
Yeah.
I don't like the song that's with it, but I was like, yeah. But at least I have something there other than just popping in and going, hi, I'm here.
Yeah.
Which is when I first started what it was. I had no intro, no extra, no nothing. Now I'm trying to figure out how you put those little blurbs up in the corner.
Yeah.
To send them go to this eye. Yeah. Always saying go to the eye. I don't know how to put it in the eye.
No.
It's where's that dang eye? I want to know what the eye is.
In the description, that's where you'll find it.
Yeah, it's where they have a little subscribe over here and say, now hit that. I'm like, how do you put those in there?
No idea.
I am so video illiterate. But it's not like it was at the beginning, guys. When I first started, it would take me 5 hours to put together what it takes me about 5-10 minutes to do now.
Yeah.
I sit there and would almost be in tears. I would be, it was just awful. I mean, that's how bad it was. It would take me hours.
My true
Or it's
crime
like
one.
now it's just like add this and put this here and put this here and put this here and put it together. Because I'll piece a bunch of stuff together and then just have it compress it
Yeah.
and then upload it. But it was just like at the time, it was like I had no clue and it was awful. Just plumb awful. So it was like, yeah, big learning curve. You know, when I went to college, they didn't have computers. They didn't have no IT classes. They didn't have no Excel classes like they do now. You know, they come out of high school and they know how to run Excel. They know how to do all kinds of video graphics. They know how to do this and they know how to make a PowerPoint and they know all that stuff. Mine was colored pencils, a protractor, and a ruler. And that was mine. I mean, I actually did a thesis because when I went to nursing school, all of my instructors had just graduated from master classes, getting their masters. So they taught at a master's level. Even though I was just getting my bachelor's, I was doing what they had to do to get their masters. Kind of sucked. So I remember doing a thesis that I swear it was this thick. I mean, that project was that thick. And you had to build graphs and pie charts and you had to build pre-tests and post-tests. I had to go to a high school and teach all these 14-year-old kids how to put a condom on a banana. Almost mortifying, guys.
Oh
Almost mortifying. And then teach all this HIV stuff and have pre-test and then have a post-test to see if they learned anything from it and build this gigantic, massive, almost thesis-based thing on it for a bachelor's.
God.
And people will say, why didn't you go get your master's? And it was like, because I basically did a master's to get my bachelor's, so I ain't doing it.
Yeah.
It was like, oh. And that was the bad thing about having instructors that had just graduated because they taught at the level they had just come out of. It was
mad.
It was rough. The only thing interesting was the one who taught abnormal psychology also was a master Reiki technician person. And so she was teaching how to do Reiki and like just doing it on people for if their backs were hurting or stuff. So that was kind of cool. So yeah, you know, she's trying to teach this and a lot of them were like, yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Not realizing that you go take a Reiki class, those things are expensive.
Yeah, they are.
They're very expensive. I mean, you can go take a course in it, but that course is going to cost you some buck.
Yeah.
Just like herbology courses. Because I used to be like where I had a herbology certificate, like almost a master herbologist, but I quit doing it and kind of one of those things, if you don't do it, you lose it.
Yeah.
So actually I'm signed up for another course. I just haven't done anything with it yet. But those things are expensive. And a lot of hours.
Yeah.
I mean, to get that one I had, I probably put 100, 200 hours in it. Because you would have to read all the stuff and then build recipes, kind of like the ones Atlanta makes, you know, where it's certain scents and certain scents do certain, what she was doing for the toothache the other night.
Yeah.
You know, where you'd have to go through the books and find out what herbs did what and what they worked on and how they worked together. And then you'd have to build recipes and then you'd have to submit them to the teacher to see if they passed muster. And yeah, those.
Wow.
But I do want to get her eggnog and peppermint lip balm.
Yeah.
That just sounds awesome. I know it won't taste like it, but just the scent factor would be enough. Because love eggnog. I'm one of them weird people that love eggnog. Where some
Yes.
people are like, eggnog, yuck. Yeah, I love eggnog. I am surprised Nyx has never showed up. You know how she's always saying, put your link in my thing and tell me
Yeah.
you're doing. I actually went to her messenger and put the link in.
She's
Maybe she's still asleep.
isn't she?
I see she's going to have Carissa on this weekend. So that'll be cool. She was actually in the Let Your Witch Free event.
Oh, was she?
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then, like for us, when do you think we should start hunting for sponsors for that thing? Because I figure we'll do it in September, October. That way, it covers drills and chills and the hi Calbs, and covers drills and chills and the witch festival. That way, people can enter 3 for the same time period. So I figured we'd do it for September and October.
That would be good. It gives people more time as well they stress over finishes.
Because I don't know about anyone else, but if I can enter 3 events with the same canvas, I would be down for that.
Yeah.
Because all you'd have to do is just remember to go to post 3 different places for each week. And that's not hard. Take a picture and go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. A lot of people do anyway with their finishes. They share them everywhere, don't they?
And then I might even have, I don't know, I know I got some photos or some, if I don't buy any more new ones. I mean, I've got so much back there. So much. And then I just bought 3 more. It's like I really needed these 3 like a hole in the head.
It's cute though. I came in while you was holding up your Christmas the Christmas
Yeah,
tree.
that one. Let me see.
It's really cute.
Yeah, that one, the tree.
Yeah.
That one's the one I'm putting in the giveaway. Once I get to 275 or 300.
Yay.
I'll give this one away. That one's a Diamond Arts, but it's actually a full drill. I mean, it's not a partial, it's a full.
Yeah.
And it's basically, here we go.
It's really cute.
And it's full drill.
Yeah.
And it's normally like $30. So I figured if I would like to get to 300, but I'll even, if I get to 275 a couple weeks before Christmas, I'll send it out. And then of course I got the ones that, Diamond Art released to Hobby Lobbies only. So it was like the little puppy. Got the little puppy. He's small.
That's lovely.
He's like a 15 by 15.
Yeah.
So he's tiny. You can knock him out quick. And then I got this one, which is a 17 by 17.
Oh.
And this one is normally a $49.99. I got it for $20.
Wow.
That other one I got for $12. This one is on the site. This one's actually on the DAX site, but it's sold out. And it's the Christmas delivery.
Cute.
I paid $24 for this one, and it's normally $59.99.
Wow.
So it was like, I can't pass that up. I mean, it's basically like $120. Let me see, this one was $36.99. That one was $49.99. And this one's $59.99. And I paid $20, $32, $50. It was like, I'd have to be stupid not to get those. I mean, really, if I can get, $140 worth of stuff for $50, it was like, I'd be dumb.
That's definitely worth the drive.
And then this one, I just went ahead and, I paid like $12 for it. And I thought, well, that'd be a good giveaway.
Yeah.
And it's small enough you could ship it out and it wouldn't kill you.
Yeah.
It'd be like, oh, that won't hurt so bad. That 9-pound box, the 9-pound box hurt. Because
Yeah.
the grand prize for Let Your Witch Free, that box weighed 9 pounds worth of diamond painting stuff.
Wow.
Do you know how much diamond painting stuff you have to have in a box to have 9
Yeah.
pounds?
I can only imagine.
And then there was the candle from Take 10 that wasn't in the box. It was a drop ship because that way you could go to her site and pick your scent.
Yeah.
And then I had a canvas from Distracted by Diamonds, which was a drop ship. So those weren't even in the box. So it was like, wow.
Ouchie. And I had to go to Canada.
And it had to go to Canada. Thank God it didn't have to go to Australia. That probably would have been double what it was to Canada.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised because UPS was actually $12 cheaper than the Postal Service, than USPS.
Wow.
Thank you, Tijuana. And actually, believe it or not, I mailed it out on Wednesday because I dropped it off on my way to my doctor's appointment. She got it Friday.
Wow.
2 days. From the middle of USA to Canada. 2 days. That is amazing.
That is good.
I mean, that was just like, I was like, you have it already? She goes, yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be here yet. I think she actually got hers before the week 4 winner got hers.
Wow.
Because I sent the week 4 winner via the Postal Service because I could put it in my mailbox and just put the little red flag up. And I think she got the week 4 winner got hers like a day or 2 after the grand prize winner. I was just like, wow.
Yeah. Shipping's nuts.
And it kind of cracked me up whenever the week 4 winner was like, I don't know how she had all this in that box because I, for the life of me, can't get it to go back. It's like, pick Tetris. It's like, well, here's a little spot, slide it there. And it's when you're really good at packing. Or shopping, when you have a buttload of kids and you're shopping and you don't want to go get a second cart. So you're like, I'll stuff this here and I'll stuff that there. And yeah.
Wow.
You get up there and you're hanging on to your cart because you don't want stuff to fall off of it.
Yeah.
And then the poor guy who's doing the bagging, he's like, I can't get all this back in there. How did you have it in there? I get told that a lot. I tried to put my little picture up here in the StreamYard area, but you actually have to pay them money to be able to put a picture there. So I was like, no, I'll just use your little, I'll use your little duck. So we're ducking it because I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
So we doing the duck.
I don't know how many you can have.
I can have 10.
You can have 10.
You can have 10.
Wow.
So if I can have 10 for free,
yeah.
What
am I waiting for?
Yeah, I'm waiting for Black Friday. I got my little postcard over here, and then I imagine they're gonna have, some really good deals. So we're good. I got that elusive postcard, which someone said you only get the postcard if you don't answer their emails or their text, but I actually do both. I mean, I've ordered from the text and I've ordered, done reviews on the emails. So I don't know why I got a card. Hi, baby. Say hi to the people. Say hi to the people. Say hi.
Aww.
Say hi. This is the big mouse killer. There you go.
Animal.
And don't ask me how. Evidently, she got them all because when I came home today, there wasn't any more left out for me. So evidently, she's cleared them all out. Because yesterday, when I got home, was one of the last two. Because she got one later that night, but then she left one in the door for me. It's like, yep, I'll throw it out for you. Here, it's gone. The other one came out and got in the big dog's face. Was like, hey, what you gonna do? And the big dog's like, I ain't moving. And about that time, it goes bouncing off, and the cat pounces on it. And it was like, well, that's what you get for coming out. It's like you come out and stick your face in front of a cat. What do you expect? Cat, you are unreal. Got a dog that is like 5 times the size of this cat. If not, probably 50 times the size of this cat. Cat's size of half of one of its legs. This is the one that looks like a small deer, deer.
Yeah.
And she's over there jumping up and biting his tail and hanging off of his tail, swinging off of his tail. And I'm just like, really? He just turns around, looks at her, and goes back to drinking. But you got this cat over there swinging off the dog's tail.
That's nuts.
Or she'll be asleep. He'll be asleep, and she'll go over there and jump on his face. And he don't have no small face. See, that's a snout. And he ain't got no small face. And she will flat go just nail him, just jump on his face. Mommy was impressed with you guys because actually when I brought the kitten home, she was about this big. She fit in my hand. She fit in my hand. That's how small she was. They never growled at her. They never nipped at her. They let her, back when she had claws, she would be hanging off their faces and their tails and biting them and pouncing on them, and they would just let her. I was like, y'all better be, because I'd smack her and tell her, because those claws and them teeth hurt.
Yeah.
They hurt, and then the dog would just lay there and let her do it. It's like, yeah, you good boy. Big boy, but you good boy. Yeah, he weighs 105 pounds, so he's pretty big.
I've only got one dog. That's enough.
I've got 3 of them, and only one of them's, he's like medium size. The other 2 are big. One's massive, huge. But he keeps the creepy dude down the road at bay.
Oh, creepy dude.
Yeah, creepy dude.
Ooh.
It's the guy. It's the one we were talking about the other night that my dad woke up in the middle of the night and he was standing in his bedroom.
Not good.
Well, he wouldn't dare because my dog will eat him before he could get in the door. This dog hates him. Oh, so much.
They know, don't they? They know.
Yep, they know. And then the medium-sized one, or the other big one, but smaller, him and the biggest one are like buds. They're like this.
Yeah.
Like if the big one's outside and the other one's going to come in and his buddy's not behind him, he will flat out stop, turn around, go down the stairs, go out to the one that's sitting in the yard, go over there like talking to him, going, come on, we're going to go in the house now, and get the big one up to where they both come in the house at the same time. They won't do anything unless they do it as a pair. They are literally like brothers. And so he was like, well, you don't like that guy? Then neither do I. And so he went after him. I was like, and I wouldn't want to be you. You got 2 big dogs that are going to go for you now.
It sounds like he deserves it, to be fair.
So it's like, I know that he couldn't get in the house because the dogs would eat him before he ever hit the door. The big one actually busted the screen door open to go out there and go after him. And then the guy was like, oh, I guess I need to go. And I was like, yeah, it might be a good idea. Like, it was like 11 o'clock at night. It's like, why are you even here? And I mean, I had barely cracked the door just like to hear what he said. And that dog just nudged the door open and went after him. Just poof. It was like, I am going to eat you alive.
Yeah.
So, you have these two that'll eat him alive. And my brother, he's like, if I see him over here coming in the house and he's not supposed to be here, he said, I just go after him. So it's like, and we know that like his uncle, he was trying to get drug money from his uncle, and his uncle told him no, and he beat his uncle within an inch of his life.
Wow.
And he ended up sitting in jail for a couple months until they let him out. So I'm just like, yeah, I really don't want him around here.
That's scary.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I just don't really like you around because I don't trust you. And I get a really weird, creepy, bad feeling from you. So I don't want you around.
Mm-mm.
And I don't get bad, creepy feelings from very many people.
No,
I might think you're a little strange.
Yeah.
But I don't get creepy. Like the guy who's over there living off grid in an RV with all these teepees, and I don't know what's with all the teepees because he's got teepees built all over in his front yard. I mean, like he's got like 7 teepees in his front yard. So I don't know what's all with all the teepees, but I'm just like, okay, dude, if you want teepees, you can have teepees. And I told my son, I said, as long as he don't bother me, I don't care. I said, next summer I might hire him and see if he'll come mow the yard like every other month or something. I said, he's actually keeping his pretty well mowed and I can't mow. So maybe, I'll hit a deal up with him and say, hey, $50, can you make a quick swipe on my yard like every other month? Just so it don't get totally out of hand. Oh, come on. That's gross. Don't do that.
Too crimey, I think.
That was just gross. Dogs sitting there and they're like cleaning each other's teeth. Like weird. It's like, go away. Go play toothbrush somewhere else. Bye-bye. That is weird. Y'all weirding me out. Did he get you? Did he get you? Yeah. This is the one that, come here, cats. This is the one that I bought the autumn puppies for because the very top puppy looks just like he did as a puppy. It's where all the grandkids, when they saw that puppy, they were, it's Taz. And I was like, it's really not Taz, but it does look like Taz. See, but it does look like Taz. Taz he's so submissive. One of the other animals says boot him and he just flops over and legs up in the air like, I'm done. You got me. I have not figured that one out yet, but he's like, I'm done. You got me. I give. It's like, okay, you aren't ever going to stand up for yourself. Cat runs up to him. He falls over. It's like, you are not a leader. You are definitely and now my cat's got the zoomies. It's flying from one end of the house to the other at breakneck speed. And now I have 2 of them here. See, I'm overrun by puppies. Puppies, and more puppies. It's the littlest puppy and the biggest puppy. So we got little and big.
Yeah, I've only got one little Westie. That's bad enough. Barks at everything. Drives me nuts.
No, okay. Yes, I love you too. Go away. Yes, I love you too. Yes. No. No. I love both of you, but no. And then I hear the cat just racing. She starts in the kitchen, races through the dining room and my room, and goes across and goes all the way to the other end of the kids' living room, and then comes back at breakneck speed. No, 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 no. Can y'all go lay down? Can y'all go lay down? Now I feel like Jeremy. And his dogs are like all over him. Or his dog. I haven't seen Jeremy for a while. His thing just popped up that he's doing his wood burn. And that little where you can hear like sounds like a little herd running through, that's the cat.
Yeah.
That's the cat. Going at like 1,000 miles an hour. And then the dog
I
just
used to watch Jeremy religiously, and then you know how you just come across more people and then other people drop off. I kind of forgot about Jeremy, and now that I've seen him in like live chats and stuff, I'm like, must check him out, must go back there.
Jeremy's funny. He is hilarious. And I remember the first time I watched him, it was so funny. My granddaughter, she was probably 9 at the time. And she was like, oh my God, it's a boy diamond painting. Oh no. And went racing out of the room and screaming out of the other room because it was a boy diamond painting. I just laughed so hard. I was like, yeah. You know, and I mean, now she's got, because of course there's always Christopher. And then I watch, like I said, I watch Real Men Chat too, or Real Men Craft too. So I watch him. And there's a couple, you know, Single and Placing. I'll watch him. So she's getting used to actually seeing men that diamond paint. But at the time, Jeremy was one of the first that she saw. It just flipped her out. And then like Real Men Craft too, sometimes he'll do beading and he'll do other crafts too. He's been crafting for a long time. And then I've watched Junior. I don't know if you've ever watched any Junior. Junior's kind of funny.
No.
Junior's a trip. I haven't seen Junior for a while, so I don't know what happened to Junior because I haven't seen his for a while. But he was pretty cool to watch. I think the funniest one was he was explaining trying to get into one of those breastplates, you know, for like the people who do shows and they got to pull on that Spanx thing that kind of has the fake boobs. And it was explaining trying to get into it and it got stuck. Well, since I have to wear Spanx every day in my life now, I can totally relate. So I was just like, I could envision it totally because I understand having to deal with Spanx. You know, they're skin tight. If you're sweating at all or, you know, damp or whatever, it ain't moving. It like gets there and it's stuck, you know, and I was just like, I could just see it. And I was just like, oh my gosh. I said, I can understand because I started having to wear them even before I had my last surgery because I was working and I was trying to get it to stay in instead of falling out.
Yeah.
And so I was wearing a Spanx cami along with all the other stuff at the bottom, trying to hold that in because it hadn't been surgically fixed yet. And so, and then when I wake up after surgery, she says, by the way, you got to wear them for the rest of your life. And I was just like, because they are not pleasant. I mean, I don't know if you've ever worn any Spanx or any of that kind of supportive stuff that makes you like feel like a encased sausage. Because I used to be at work going, I feel like a sausage. Because I mean, that's how you feel. It was like, ugh. And my son was like, well, what's wrong, Mom? I said, well, I'm kind of sweaty. And I know when I try to go in there and go to the bathroom, I ain't going to get these things down very well. And then when it comes time to pull them back up, they're not going to want to move up either. I said, so I'm not looking forward to it. He was just like, I feel for you. It was like, I'd hate to be
In the
you. And
height
I
of
said, yeah,
summer as well must be a nightmare.
yeah, yeah, they suck. And they're expensive. It's expensive. It's all get out. It's like, I was lucky enough I got them for 50% off. So I paid $400 for drawers that would have cost me $800.
It's mad.
And it was like, who's going to give me the $400 to buy these drawers that I have to wear?
Wow.
It was like, really? Now, I did find out that the person who did the improper stick that caused all my episode, that started it, the one that actually perfed the artery that caused the bleed, where we had it done at and where he was working, they got rid of him eventually, finally.
Wow.
I mean, because the surgeon who messed up, but he sat there and was like, the stick was improper. It was too high, which is why he perfed the artery. And then another doctor that worked there with us sat there and said, Cindy, I hate that it happened to you, but it was because I keep telling him he's sticking too high. So thing is, they'll tell you to your face that it was too high and the stick was improper. But when it comes to like going to court and saying it, it ain't happening.
Yeah.
Putting it on paper or saying it to anyone else, it ain't happening. But telling you that happened because he did it improperly, they'll tell you. So it was like, well, thank you very much.
Wow.
I was always trying to figure out how for a leg stick, you end up poking a hole in a abdominal artery.
Not good.
Yeah. But I was like, found out my aunt told me, she goes, yeah, did you know that he's no longer working there? And I was like, oh, really? And she said, yeah, they made him leave. And I was like, yeah. And I know that my friend that was my nurse, because he had asked her how I was doing, and she told him that I was having to go on disability. And he was just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, well, I hope he feels bad.
Wow.
Because I'm telling you, most of the time when they mess up, and as nurses, we know they messed up. Because we're like, there's certain things that we're like, yeah, don't do that to me. I don't want that done. And it was like, there's a couple things I told them, I said, don't do that to me. I don't care if I'm dying. Don't do that to me. I've seen very, very, very bad things happen with it. It's like, and we're bad as nurses because we'll flat tell our doctors, no, not doing that. No, not doing that. And they'll say, well, why not? And I'm, no. Because one said, well, will you let us use an Impella if we need to? I'm like, nope, nope, no. One, the catheter for it's the size of your pinky. I mean, it's literally the size of your pinky.
Yeah.
So think of that going in your artery. Yeah, your artery is not that big. So it's like, yeah, no. And then when it goes bad, they're like, oh, we'll have to ship him to a bigger hospital. We didn't know it would do that. And it's like, okay. I mean, me and this one nurse, and we were the most seasoned nurses, me being there, she's like a year younger than I am. We've both been nurses for 30 something years. And we kept saying, guys, it's doing this. No, it's not. Yeah, it really is. Look at it. It's like you almost have to go in there and just say, look at it.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't become a nurse.
Yeah, because when he asked me today, he said, do you want to go back? And I was like, to be in a hospital now, in a hospital setting? No. I have no want to. I said, it just almost gives me stressed out, panic attack, thinking about going back and doing nursing in a public setting. No. So there's not enough ways to say no. And then, we talked about my mom, and he says, how are you doing? I said, actually, the guilt is better. And he was like, well, he said, you're doing a lot of, what do you call it? He said, you're going through the work. He said, you're doing the work. And he was like, where are you at with it? And I am at the point now that I think that the way it went down was better for her than what it would have been if we had done it any other way. Because for her, she went with family. We were in the car going to the hospital. She went in the hospital ride. I said, but as an old ICU nurse, the minute I walked in their front door, the first thing came to my brain was dead bowel. It's exactly what it smelled like, was dead bowel, which means she probably had an infarcted intestine, which you're talking, and she had bad lungs, very bad lungs. You're going to have to go on the vent. You're going to have to work it, maybe possibly not even getting off the vent. But then the only way to fix that is they cut out parts of your intestine and put the bag on you. I said, and she was 78 years old. That's not the way she would have wanted to live. I was like, so in the long run, that was probably better for her. She went with family and she went quietly, because none of us even knew she had passed in the truck, so it was like, you got that, or you're going to get to the hospital and they're going to do all these nasty things to you and, put a bag on you, and you're going to have to fight to get off the ventilator. And then when you get home, you're going to have to deal with that. I was like, so for her, what happened was the best thing.
Yeah.
And then COVID came along, and I was like, she was the kind of person that when the flu hit, she freaked out. She wouldn't leave her house. She freaked out. I mean, it was just like, oh my God, and then when COVID hit, that would have just blown her mentally into the next world. So he was like, what do you think now? And I'm like, well, actually now I'm to the point that I realized that what happened and the way it happened was the best that it possibly could have been.
Yeah.
And he said, well, then you've been doing the work. I said, yeah, I've been doing the work. I didn't like to work, but I've been doing the work.
It's hard, isn't it? Like having to reflect and look back into past, it's painful.
It
And
is.
they make
And for
you do
me
it.
as a nurse, I'm the one that did CPR on her. I mean, I did the CPR on her on the sidewalk at the hospital. And at the time, I was the heart nurse. I mean, I worked in the cath lab, where you go if you're having a heart attack, where they go in and put stents in. So no one ever died on me, because even if you coded on the table, we got you back immediately. So I was like, at that time, no one ever died on me, period, ever. We didn't let you die. I mean, it just didn't happen. And so for me to lose my mom, I said, not only was it I lost my mom, but it was the first patient I'd lost in 8 years. And I was like, well, what did I do wrong? What did I miss? What happened? And so I was like, there was so much guilt involved in that.
But you was on a sidewalk, not having all the equipment and everyone else jumping around for you. So
and then it was like, even when they took her in the back, I was still playing the nurse. It was like, I'd take care of my family. I would go in the back and see what was going on, come back and take care of the family. I didn't get to be the person that was sitting there, in the family mindset. It was like I was in taking care of everybody and everything. So it was rough on me.
Yeah. I can't even imagine.
And then I told the doctor, I said, with my brothers and sisters, I said, they were asleep and just got the phone call, and came to the hospital. I said, I'm the one that had to do it and then make the phone calls.
Yeah.
I said, and now they hardly ever came out to her house. They came out Christmas and Mother's Day. I said, every time I walk out my front door, I see her front porch. So it's really rough.
Cindy.
Very, very rough. It's been a lot of reflection.
Yeah. therapy is rough.
Yeah,
You know,
therapy's so fun.
yeah. The end result is amazing, and the realization of all you've been through and you're still standing, let alone functioning, is liberating. I think in therapy.
Well, like he was going back to what my episode that happened to me, because basically after I almost bled out on my table of where I worked, they pumped me full of emergency blood. It wasn't even cross matched. It was just like, here's some blood, dump it in you,
Oh,
and then put me in a helicopter and flew me to the other hospital, the trauma 2 hospital, where, because I wasn't acting like a fool, I'm not flopping around, screaming, hollering, acting stupid. He was like, oh, we can wait till tomorrow to do anything. Well, the next day when he waited till tomorrow, they just basically touched me and I died. Literally, just poof. And so I told my therapist, I said, technically, I think my mom kicked me out. I said, because she had died 3 weeks before I did.
oh my
And my
god.
dad was sitting there going, if I lose my daughter 3 weeks after losing my wife, I will not survive. I mean, that's all he kept saying is, if I lose my daughter 3 weeks after I lost my wife, I will not survive. And I told him, I said, technically, what I was in as a nurse of 30 years, I never saw anyone survive it. Because it's the one where you see a heart rhythm, but they don't have a heart rhythm. So you see it on the monitor, but they don't have a heartbeat.
Wow.
So unless someone's actually looking at you to realize you're not breathing, it's like they think you're there, but you're really not there. And then there's only 2 things you can do for it: do CPR and give epi. That's it. I said, there's no shocky, there's none of these big bad drugs that, none of that.
Wow. I didn't realize it
Hi,
was.
Herbo. I said, but there's none of that. I mean, it's like, basically, if they're not paying attention, you're going wherever you go. I said, so, luckily someone was paying attention. I said, but most people, even when like the 2 I've seen that have been gotten back, they don't make it out of the hospital.
Yeah.
I said, I am the only person I ever have seen, or anyone else has seen, that has been gotten back and actually functional. I
How
mean,
long?
out of 30 years of nursing, and I
How
mean all
long?
critical care, heart, cath, ER, out of all those years, I'm the only one I've ever seen come back and be functional from that rhythm. So I told him,
Oh.
I said, I think my mom kicked me out because it would have killed my dad.
Do you know how long you was gone for?
You what?
Do you know how long you were gone for?
3
Oh,
minutes. And what
wow.
was really weird was the day before, when I bled out and I was having all that, my nurse was my best friend, and she was like, see, you were telling me that there was a man in white standing next to me that was telling you had to go with him. And I was arguing with him and saying, no, I'm not going,
Wow.
literally. And then after they finally got the bleed slowed down, the doctor by then has had her, she goes, he was scared enough that he told me to ask you what the man was saying now. So the doctor's wanting to know what the man is telling me to do now. And I said, well, he left, but I think I'm still supposed to go. So I'm telling her, I think I'm still supposed to go.
Yeah.
And so they're all like, no, 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 you're not going nowhere. And they're shoving me in CAT scans, putting me on a helicopter and everything. And then the next morning I did die.
Wow.
I mean, and then I was like pretty much unresponsive on a ventilator for over a week, to the point of my daughter looked at my son and said, we need to start talking our options, because this is not what she would have wanted. And I woke up that night. I mean, totally out for over a week. And then she's like, well, we need to start looking at our options, because this isn't what she would have wanted. And I woke up that night.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it was very interesting. Very interesting.
Wow.
And I mean, when I woke up with a bang because I woke up and I could not breathe. I mean, I had the tube down, but something was wrong with it. And I literally could not breathe. And I couldn't wake my son up because he sleeps like the dadgum dead. I mean, that boy, it's like you could go in there and knock him over the head and he is like gone. Could not wake him up. I mean, I was kicking footboards, side rails, everything. Could not wake him up. Could
Oh.
not. And so I was like, well, I'll be damned if I'm going to die after all this. So I sit there and scooch down and I ripped that sucker clean out. And the nurse walks in and says, you did that to be mean. And I said, no, I did that. You know, I did that to breathe. I said, basically, I did that to breathe. And she goes, well, we're just going to stick another one back down. And I just looked at her and I said, I am awake now. And no, you're not. I was like, you can do this. And I started popping off all these nursing things of like you can do, you know, like you can do this and you can do this and you can do this and you can do, but you're not doing that. They hated that I woke up.
Wow.
I mean, they hated that I woke up because it was like, yeah, you're not doing that. It's like,
I think
yeah.
you had every right to say
Well, it was
that.
like I knew my rights, and I knew, like
Yeah.
when they come in, like when I finally got put out on the regular floor, they come bopping in with this wheelchair. You're gonna love this, Cindy. They come bopping up, and they were like starting to take off my heart monitor, and they go, "We're taking you to cath lab." And I was looking at them, going, "No, you're not." And they were like, "Yeah, we are." And I was like, "Hi, Stephanie." And see, they're all glad I woke up, but it was like, they're like, we're taking you to cath lab. And I'm like, no, you're not. And they're like, yeah, we are. And I was arguing with so much. We're going to go get your nurse. So they went and got the nurse. She come in there and she goes, yeah, you got to go cath lab. And I was like, no, I don't. I mean, I literally picked up my phone and I'm like speed dialing all my doctors, you know, because I was going to say, I said, I'll call one of my doctors and find out why I need to go to your cath lab. I said, I didn't come here for something with my heart. And so she's still looking at me and I'm like, okay, who's the doctor? And she says, I don't know. And I said, oh, what's the procedure? And she's like, I don't know. And I said, well, that's the problem. Neither do I. I'm not going.
God, that's insane.
I mean, so I was like, really? I mean, you're just going to go in and pick up people and take them to the cath lab? It was like, oh, no. No.
Wow.
I mean, crazy.
That. Wow. And you're still here.
I'm still here. But it was like, you know, it's like you don't take people to go do procedures without someone talking to them signing consents. You know, it's just common sense.
Wow.
So what other projects are you doing for Up to Snow Good? You got any other ones lined up?
I've got a new storage case coming tomorrow. So
Ooh.
I will have some kitted up. Just got to find them, hunt them
You
down.
just gotta find them. That's kind of like me. I have to find them.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to find them because I know I have them. I just don't know exactly which box they're in. I mean, I have the little Santa in front of that's the thing, they're in boxes. I just don't know which one.
Yeah.
I have a Santa that's in front of a grandfather's clock. And then I have the one like go into the tree. I have that one. They're just in boxes and I don't know which box. That's gonna be me and John's thing. So when John comes up here on Friday next week, that's what we're doing. Gonna find out what's in all them boxes.
Yeah, and you got to record it.
Because Steph is my daughter-in-law.
Ah.
So I'm going to put John to work with me in the craft room and we're going to find out what's in them boxes. And we're actually going to write the name of what the canvas is on the outside of the box, on the side and on the end so that they can be in the shelf and you can tell what it is.
Yeah. It'll be good.
because that way you'll know. And some I can probably do on the site on here. Some I
Yeah.
probably can't because some are licensed, but they're not licensed. But at the time I bought them, I didn't know that they were licensed and not licensed. But I'm not getting rid of them because I paid good money for them.
Yeah. And we all learn that along the way.
So and that all of us who started out that way. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to do like some people did and throw them all away.
Mm-mm.
I mean, like I said, I'll either go to heaven and earth and see if I can find a pattern for it and just pay for the pattern. And then I don't feel bad about doing because it's no different than doing a heaven and earth, So if I can find the pattern for it, then I'll just buy the pattern and I'll go ahead and do the kit and I can actually put it on because I've got the license to do it because I've got the heaven and earth graft.
Yeah.
Where I paid for the graft.
Yeah.
And then, but the ones that I don't, then I just won't use them on the side. I'll just do them on the side. But I'll sit there and I'll go to heaven and earth. Like right now, they have 50% off. I'll go in there and see if I can find any of them. And then I can buy the license for them.
Yeah.
And the graft for them. And then I don't feel bad about doing them. Yes, they might not be the best drills and, but at least I'm not wasting it.
Yeah. I hear you. But I wouldn't feel bad either. You bought them when you didn't know. So
I mean, I don't buy usually what I buy from Allie is like like my little thing that I bought without the
yeah.
but there's at least they're in it and they're contained and I could actually just use it like this.
Yeah.
And I was looking at, like when I was at Hobby Lobby, I was looking to see if I could find just a plastic container to sit them in, and the price they were wanting for just the plain old plastic container, I was like, forget that. I'll just use it like it is. Because I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah, just sit it on the table.
It was like, yeah.
Yeah, it'll work.
I finally gotten used to that stupid dot box. Have you ever used a dot box?
Top box, no.
Oh my God. I finally have gotten used to this thing. But this is the dot box. Let's see if I can do this without it falling out. But this is the dot box.
Okay.
Okay. And then you have these little itty bitty.
Oh my.
Itty bitty ones. Itty bitty.
Oh.
And they slide apart and then they're even itty bittier. I mean, itty bitty. Itty bitty. If I can get it to go. Okay. Got it this way. And you got those. Then the next size is this size. And they're like 2 layers, but they're little. Then it goes up to this size. And it's 2 layers. And then you have one that's really huge. And I have just now finally figured out that I just take the top layer and lay them up here in the top of the top tray when I'm working on it. And that way I can see everything.
Oh.
But yeah, that is a dot box. Oh, and you have this size.
Okay. Do you have a
They're
little
called dot boxes
to pull the lid off?
Yeah, and it just
Oh. Yeah, no thank you.
But that's what they call the dot box. And I think, who was it I saw using it? I think it was Wolfpack. And I thought, I'll try one of those because, I was like the grand enabler. It's like everyone that had something, it was like, yeah, I'll go get that.
Yeah.
I was the world's worst. And of course, Mrs. Coffee be showing stuff and Wolfpack be showing stuff. And I'd be like, I don't get that. But I promise you, I am not going to go get that box that Mrs. Coffee has. I almost did. But not whenever the shipping on it was $95. And that was from a U.S. place to another U.S. place. I was like, yeah, no. The box itself was $155. And then they wanted $95 to ship it from Pennsylvania to Arkansas, which is only about 4 states away. I was like, nope.
No.
Nope, 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 nope. Now, did I really like that box? Yes, but not to the price of $260.
No.
I was like, I am not paying almost $300 for a box.
I
It
would
was
like.
like, not happening. That was way too much.
Wow.
Trying to think of what tune that is. Yes, that is my clock. That's my clock. That's my clock on the wall. My clock.
That's smart.
I started saying that after I got a copyright strike for that stupid thing. And they tried to say it was the song 1,000 Years. And I was like, that is not even a song that's on that clock. That clock is from I bought that clock 22 years ago. That wasn't even a song back then. It's like, really?
Wow.
I mean, so I could have fought that one because since I bought the clock 22 years ago, I know that isn't the song. And
Yeah,
that's the song they were claiming it was.
but you
But it
can
was
have,
like, yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. The video was so bad, it didn't have that many views. I just deleted it.
yeah, but you can have 30 seconds. That doesn't go too long, does it?
Uh-uh.
Only, I don't know. I notice it and then it stops. So it's that
I mean, I
quick.
don't know how I was just like, what? I was like, you are insane.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no words with it. It's a tune and they're very short. I mean, they're probably
Yeah.
like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like, and the one you're saying it isn't even close. It doesn't, it's not even there. I was just like, yeah.
No.
Now, some of my videos, no, I would not get rid of them because they have way too many views, which means they have way too many watch hours attached to them.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things I learned from that VidQ guy. He was like saying, no matter how bad your videos are, don't delete them. If you want to redo them, but
Yeah.
don't delete them because when you're deleting it, you're deleting the watch hours for it. He said, so if that video got you watch hours and you delete it, the watch hours that you got and the views that you got with that video go away as well.
Yeah. I didn't even think of that. I deleted tons. But I don't suppose it matters because I'm monetized, I
Well,
guess.
I know, like, do you ever watch Stitcherista?
I used to.
Danielle? Okay.
Yeah.
When she was doing Color Street Nails, real hot and heavy, and people kept asking her, where are you getting your nails? Where are you getting your nails? And she'd sit there and just put the person's website in her description. Well, after the convention, that person got a hold of her and said, can you please pull my, and she didn't realize she could go into the descriptions and just take it out. So
Yeah.
she went and deleted all the videos that had that in the description. And she lost so much time watched,
Oh.
views watched, all that from deleting those videos. I
Yeah.
mean, it was like, I
But
remember that
she's
she was so upset. And I was like, that is ridiculous.
oh.
Because she didn't know that she could have actually gone into each video and
Yeah.
edited it and just gone into the description and took that link out. And so she had deleted all the videos that had that link in the description.
Oh. Oops.
And just think how bad that would be.
Yeah. Especially being that massive.
You know, and she was, yeah. Well, that's how I first started watching her, was when she was doing diamond painting, because she was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like when she'd be trying to frame one or do things like that, she was hilarious.
Yeah.
Now she doesn't do them at all. She just does cross stitch.
Does she?
And now she actually went from doing cross stitch to where she cross stitches on perforated paper
Oh.
and then puts it in like a junk journal.
Okay.
But she cracks me up, so I just watch her anyway. She's only on like because she used to do true crime like you do.
Yeah.
Then she got where she's not doing those. Her videos are like 5-10 minutes a day. And that's it.
Wow.
Very small, very short, short and sweet. And
Wow.
then Mrs. Coffee, who was like, I'm just going to go to Twitch and I'm not going to diamond paint no more. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden she's throwing out a few whipping chats every now and then. So evidently she must have lost some viewers from that.
Yeah, because we helped her get up there, and then she's like, I'm off to Twitch because they're paying me more. And then
I don't like Twitch. I don't like
Twitch,
Twitch. I won't watch Twitch. I don't like the way it's set up. I don't like the platform for it.
no, I don't like it. I don't use it. But
I mean, I don't use it, but I went and tried to watch Jeremy on Twitch and Rachel, and I just don't like it.
No.
I just don't like it.
Well, they turned around and said, right, we're going to do it 50-50 now. And then she came back to do her whipping chats on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because now you'll get a whipping chat at least once a week, and she'll do her live, and she might throw an extra one or two in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I was like, I ain't following you over there. I don't like it.
No.
Do not like it. And then TikTok, all the people who swam over to TikTok, because a lot of people swam over and started doing TikToks.
Yeah.
They're talking, it's up in the House or the Senate right now to block TikTok, ban it in the US. I mean, literally take it off the US internet, take it off as a platform. Because they're finding that China's hacking so many people and so much stuff through the TikTok site that they're actually talking about banning it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay. I was like, I really didn't care for TikTok very much anyway, because usually it was people trying to make you do stupid stuff like eat a Tide Pod or some crap. I mean, it's like, really? For real?
I bought it's for people to dance on. Copy this dance. Why would I want to do that?
Well, it's like in the kids, it's for like stupid challenges, like eating a Tide Pod or, stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Snorting cayenne pepper, stupid stuff that ends up getting them in the hospital, and really hurt, but they get it off TikTok. So it's like, yeah, I could live without that. And I don't know how you can do anything diamond painting wise on a TikTok, because TikToks are usually a minute or two at the most.
Yeah. They just speed up the process.
I haven't figured out how to do that.
Yeah.
That's beyond my limitations and my scope. It's out of my scope of practice. How to do the speed up thing, I haven't figured that out yet. The eyes out of my scope right now. Yeah, the little subscribe, that's out of my scope. I mean, I will figure it out one day, but not yet. And probably because when you're in there and you're putting them together, hi, Pommy. But when you're putting them together, it calls them cards and this and that. It doesn't call it the eye or the subscribe button. Have you ever noticed that when you go into where it's like, put this at the end of like a trailer or a card, but it's not. It's like, is that the eye? Is that not the eye? What is that? It's like they call it one thing and everyone else calls it something else, and I'm not sure what it is. I guess I could do like I do everything else in life, just hit buttons, and if it's the wrong one, back out. That's how I've learned a lot of other things. I just hit buttons.
On my app, I use Splice, as you know, but then it will say speed on here, and then you can just on there. Then it comes up with a little digity thing. Go to 10, and that's how I speed up. But I don't find them popular on my channel.
I went to Splice and they wanted so much a month, and I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah, I pay for Splice because it's the only one I find I can use without it being too weird. I've got used to it.
Whereas YouCut, I was able to just buy a one-time lifetime fee and have all the buttons.
Ah.
Yeah, it was like, I think I paid like $14. and then you get access to everything. So I was like, yeah, I can pay a one-time fee of this much,
Yeah. Oh,
and like even KindMaster, I was willing to pay 22 a year and be able to do, but because when I finally figured out how to use it, but then all of a sudden I got this notification said, by the way, you pay this much a year, but now we're going to $120 yearly. And I was like, yep, nope, not doing that. And like Canva, they want $120 a year, but then I've got that other one. It's under a Canva 8. And it's almost like a platform to where you can it's almost like a team platform. No one has access to your stuff, but it's like you're under their license
yeah.
so that you can get all the stuff. So you're paying $50 one-time fee to be able to access their
Yeah. See,
limits. And I was like, well, that's not so bad, because there's a lot of them I've wanted to use. And then it's like, no, you have to pay $5 or $4 or get the Canva Pro. And I was like, yeah, no. It's like, no.
see, I go like that. And then it'll go paid. And you're like, oh, where's the free ones? That's
Yeah,
what
I
I
was
do.
like, yeah, no. So I was willing to pay a one-time fee because they're the one I figured out how to text stuff over your, like if you're doing a video, you can actually go over your video and text stuff onto your video.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the only one I found. You can put emojis up there. So I imagine you can put links and other things on your video.
Yeah.
Like if you have your picture up, you could put a link up on your video for that. Or you could put a picture up right there. So that's the only one I had found that I can do that stuff, because it has little buttons for it.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, I can do that.
I did that the other day on a video. I ordered it, and then, or he ordered it, and then I had to put posted because I meant posted, but I said ordered. So I put the word posted on the screen.
Well, it was like when I did that White Moon. I think it was White Moon from the Distracted by Diamonds. Originally, I had said there was no ABs in it because I'm looking at the legend, and her ABs are in as a number.
Okay.
And so I didn't, because I was looking at the top or the bottom, which is where you usually see your ABs, and hers are interdispersed in the whole legend. But then when I went to her site to get the link to put it in the description, on that picture, it says 2 ABs. And I was like, crud. And I didn't want to redo the whole video.
Yeah.
And that was how I found out, I can just go in there and just put there are 2 ABs in this and just text it over it.
Yeah.
Because it was like, yeah.
Madness.
Trying to find it. But yeah. And then like, I have this. This is patty wax. Do I use my patty wax? No. That's how much patty wax I've used.
I got a stick of it. You know,
it's like rock hard, and I never could get it to. And I'm not sticking this in my boob. Everyone says put it in your bra. I'm not sticking it in my boob. Sorry. I mean, I have figured out if I put the pretty placer, because I have some pretty placers. If I put them in my hand for a while and then scrape the end across like my multi-placer and then use my thumbnail to flatten it out, I can make them work. Because I was like, I have them. I need to use them instead of wasting them. So I have one that's sage and something. I have one that's Victorian rose. And then I got, I think it's wedding cake, where it smells like a wedding cake. Like I really need to smell cake. I think I gain weight when I just smell it. I don't even have to eat it. All I got to do is smell it. And my body says, oh, calories. Yeah. You ever seen that where you don't even have to eat the stuff? You just got to look at the picture or smell it. And it's like you instantly gain 5 pounds.
Yeah.
It's like, this sucks. It really bites. And then I made two of these, and I used my perfume, and it actually did work. It smells so good. But I used my perfume, a perfume that I really like, and I used the museum wax and then sprayed it, made a hole and sprayed the perfume in it, and then kneaded it
Wow.
together. And it has worked pretty good.
Yeah.
My little wax putty thing. And then I just kind of put it in this little container.
Wow.
I made that, and like I went to Hobby Lobby, and you go to their area, and you might have this at your hobby store, because I know you have a hobby store
Yeah.
where they sell like the brooches. These are the ones that usually have the pin on the back,
Yeah.
where you can pin it to your shirt or whatever, your vest, whatever. Old ladies use it. I'm an old lady, but I don't
Yeah.
use them that way. But I take some pliers and I ripped the pin off the back and just glue a magnet on it and made
Wow.
a cover minder out of it.
That's cute.
And so, I mean, I just go through, and I always get them when they're like 50% off. So some of those things, like this one, I think he was like $16. And I just ripped the pin off and put a magnet on him.
Yeah.
I like
Oh,
him. He's cute. It's my little
yeah.
wizard.
It's cute.
And then, like, you go in the sewing area, you're going to love this one. You go in the sewing area and you have those little decorative buttons where it has a little part where you sew it on your shirt.
Yeah.
That was a button. And I ripped the little button part off and put a magnet on it. So it was like, I'll just go through there and it's like, oh, how can I use that? That's like my roller. This roller.
Yeah.
Love this roller. Because when I bought the one you can buy on the sites that are the two-headed ones like Gracie had, those get caught. After you use them for a little while, they'll get caught. They don't work anymore. This sucker is great. It's like $3.99, and you go into where they make cake, the cake making supplies. It's a fondant roller.
Oh, wow.
It's for like that fondant frosting. Best roller ever. It was like, yeah.
Wow.
So I just go through there and find things that are fairly cheap and turn them into what I want.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll make it into something. Pommy, how's your weather over there?
Still, it's pouring down still. And it's
Oh my
2 o'clock in
gosh.
the morning.
Our rain finally quit. Our rain finally quit. And thank you, let me fit in my little thing, because my little therapist brought all that up today.
Yeah.
And brought it to the surface.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
I love how he does that. He'll dig in the toy. He calls it the toy box.
Yeah.
When we first started, it was like, talk about all your issues and find out what they are. And he goes, and we'll just randomly pull one out.
Yeah.
And play with it for a while. Well, that was what he brought out today and played with.
Wow. Yeah. Therapy's good.
But it is better. It's better than sitting there and being by yourself and not addressing it.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
Nope. Raining in sunny New Zealand.
Yeah. And then supposed to be thundering. Wow. Wow.
It's been raining all day.
We're sunny. It's just we're on the chilly side. On the chillier side, I should say. But not chilly enough. I've had to turn on my little electric. It's electric because I got tired of having the spiders, all the mess from the wood, having to go chop the wood, having to stack the wood, having to carry the wood in. Because it is a wood fireplace. So, I mean,
Wow.
you can do all that. But I really got tired of that because, the wood has lots of big spiders, the wolf spiders that like to jump at you and, kind of like Boris the spider. And so big spiders. And I got tired of, never knew when a spider was going to be in there when you grab some wood or, it's always messy and it was nasty and you'd have to go out and chop it and cut it and, all that. I was like, yeah, I'm so done with wood. And I found an electric fireplace and it looks just like a wood grate, like the grate, like your wood would lay in, looks just like that. And it's got like 3 fake pieces of things that look like wood.
Yeah.
And then underneath it has like the heating element and a fan that puts the heat out. But then it's got a fake light that comes up out of the wood that looks like fire. And so it looks like a fire.
Yeah.
You get warmth from it. And I've actually got the one where you can turn on the sound where it pops and crackles like a fire.
Wow.
So I can make it look like a fire, sound like a fire, actually heat like a fire, but not have the mess.
Wow.
So it was like, yeah, I'm down for that. Because I was just like, I was so tired of having to go out there and be in the rain, be in the cold, be in the snow. If you didn't have an electric hydraulic wood splitter, you'd have to be out there trying to split your wood. It's like, yeah, no, I'm so
Wow.
done with that. Now, my dad used to have a hydraulic wood splitter, and I mean, that's not so bad. You just pick up your chunk of wood, put it there, and hit the button, and it goes, poof,
Yeah.
poof. But, he gave that away for something. And so now it was like either go buy my own wood splitter or sit out there with them all and thing and split it. And I was like, yeah, I am not. Lou, last 3 hours. That was us last weekend. It rained and rained and rained and rained. And then thundered and lightning, and then it started spitting out ice. And it was like, do you know what you want to do?
Apparently, snow's on the way for us here, but I don't believe it. We normally get snow in February.
We've had bipolar weather. It has
Yeah.
been totally bipolar. Like it went from being 80 degrees to like 30 and dumping ice spittage at you in like one day.
Wow.
It was like none of this will like be 80, 70, 60, No, it was 80, 30, throw ice at you. I was just like, and you wake up in the morning and you're like hurting all over and you're like, okay, something's fixing to happen. I don't know if you've hit that age yet, but you hit a certain age where you're like a human barometer.
Yeah.
And when the weather's fixing to do something funky because you feel it in your muscles and in your joints. And it's like, oh,
No.
you get up and you're like, uh-oh. It was 80 degrees, but something's coming. And then, of course, when you're that way, you also get the migraine to go with the weather change too.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, I hurt everywhere. My head hurts, my body hurts. Weather's fixing to do, and next thing you know, you look outside and it's gone from being 80 to 30. It's insane.
No.
Absolutely insane. So are you looking forward to are you doing the true crime tomorrow? Are you looking forward to it? Not another Ted Bundy, right?
Yeah, it's not as long, but next Thursday, I'm halfway through and I'm an hour in.
Wow.
So next Thursday is going to be a long one.
See, what Stitcherisa used to do is she actually had a magazine or something, like the True Crime magazine, and she would read the stories.
Yeah.
I mean, she would literally read the stories. And it was like, wow.
She upset me with her true crime because
she didn't research it or anything. She just read the stories.
She just read it. But then I think it was Sylvia Likens, the little girl who was quite badly abused. The parents dropped her off at this woman's house. And she was like, well, why didn't she just scream? She did. But the neighborhood kids were involved. The neighbors knew what was going on. Screaming
Well,
did her no good.
unless you have kids, you don't understand
No,
kids. I mean,
no,
really. And she doesn't have kids. I mean, she had a
no.
stepdaughter that didn't live with them, but she doesn't have kids. And
Yeah,
unless you have raised kids, you don't understand how kids can be.
yeah.
And it has nothing to do with the parents.
No, but she did things like that and it annoyed me. So,
I mean, yeah,
yeah.
having been a mom, I mean, I raised my two. I adopted one, which believe me, the adopted one was the worst one to raise because you also got that you're not my real mom, even though on paper I'm your real mom, because everything that was associated with your real mom is now gone,
Yeah.
but yeah, ooh, rough one to raise. So, I mean, I raised those. And then one of my ex-husbands had a set of twins. So I did twins for a few years, which was really interesting. And I mean, I was smart enough that he was like, oh, my boys would never do that. Never. Because I told him, I said, you need to watch them because you go in and try to give one medicine, you might get the wrong one. Oh, they would never. They did that to him. And he was so livid, so livid. And I was like, I tried to tell you. They
Yeah.
hit a certain age, and that's when they want to start tricking their parents and seeing if they can pull it off. And they looked so close together, they could.
Wow.
And whenever he was trying to give the one the medicine, and he said, "I'm not him," he come out there so mad, and I was like, "I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you. Kids are not angels. They are the most. I mean, they're angels when they're really, really little, but then they can get really manipulative."
Yeah.
To where they know if they do a certain thing a certain way that they're going to get what they want,
Yeah.
so they can get very manipulative. They can actually play you, it's like, yeah. Oh,
And
no.
test boundaries. They like to test us.
So it was like, yeah, no, no, no. Kids are not no innocent little bystanders and would never do these things. So whenever the police would show up my door for my daughter or the fire department would call about my daughter, I never said, oh, no, not my child.
Yeah.
I was always, what did she do? Never, not my child. Always, what did she do? The fire department, she set a bonfire in the woods on the base.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was like, I knew my child. I knew. It was like, she did something. I don't know what she did.
Yeah.
No, they aren't amazing angels. My amazing angels put a whole crap load of grasshoppers under her sheets and sit there and thought it was hilarious when I went to change her sheets and all these bugs flew out at me.
Mm-mm.
Last time I pulled sheets off her bed, by the way. I can't stand grasshopper.
Wow.
They hop on you, and then I pulled back them sheets, and then all them grasshoppers. Oh.
No.
Still gives me the heebie-jeebies thinking that she thought it was funny, but yeah,
No.
nope. And I would get the irate phone call. I got a phone call from a mom when she was in kindergarten. Now, get this, Cindy. This woman calls me. I have no clue who she is. I don't even know how she got my phone number, quite honestly. And is like livid. And she says, your daughter got my son lost out at the lake, and then he almost drowned.
Okay.
That's what she's going on about. It's like, so I look at my daughter and I'm like, did you take so-and-so and get lost? And she goes, no, mommy, I knew just where we were at. I said, did you almost drown? She goes, no, the water was only to our knees. That's what I had to deal with.
Wow.
This is my 5-year-old child because I used to walk from the school to home, but she takes some kid, they go down to the lake and they get out in the lake to their knees, but she knew just where she was at and she was only to her knees. So nothing the kids come up with can surprise me after raising her. Nothing. Nothing. And then I've watched my grandson stand on the top of the pool ladder and purposefully drop his drawers and tried to pee in people's shoes at the bottom of the ladder. And when I told him he could not pee in people's shoes, quit peeing in people's shoes, he got totally upset and started bawling. I was just like, unreal. I mean, happy as you could be, stand top of the ladder, drop his drawers, and start peeing in people's shoes, trying to get it in each shoe. I was just like, oh.
That's funny.
You know, the other ones are like, Nana, he's peeing in our shoes. I was like, oh, God. I am so glad they're past that age. But it is something I will never forget. I will not forget that.
Yeah.
Because that was a sight to see.
That's funny.
And now the pool's like all taken down. It's in pieces because when we had the pool, it's a huge pool. And actually the bottom of the pool was fine. But I had a salt pool. And all four corners of the rails rusted out because of the salt water.
Oh.
And I went to the pool company and I went to that pool and it showed that they had corners. But then when you went to go get the corners, they all would say not available. So I couldn't get corners that would fit that pool to put back on the rails. So I was finally like, you know what? Pool needs to go away.
Yeah.
Because pools are a lot of work. Pools are a whole lot of work. So I was like, pool just needs to go away. Because that was like way too much work. You know, you got to scrub them and you got to vacuum them and then you got to have the levels just a certain way. And I found out the hard way. You make sure you read the box and you put the right amount in, because I had this stuff that was called a clarifier. It's just supposed to make the water clear, right? I didn't read it. I thought, well, I just, pour it in there. Well, I poured it in, and the water turned white, like on our chat screens.
Wow.
Just white. And my granddaughter had dropped her goggles and you couldn't see them. I mean, it was white. She's like, my goggles are gone. And I was like, well, give it a couple of weeks. Maybe it'll clear up. We'll find them. But I mean, it turned instantly white, like white. I was like, wow. And then I read the bottle and it was like, oh, put 2 ounces for 10,000 gallons. And I was like, oops. After that, before I would put anything in the pool, I would like read it, like how much for how much water. Cause I was like a 15,000 gallon pool. So it was like, okay, I got to have exactly this much. Cause I didn't want to do that again.
Wow.
Cause when I first started having to take care of it, I had no clue. It was like, throw a little of this in it, throw 1 or 2 of these in it, It was like, oh, but yeah, I'll never forget that. Put a little too much clarifier, turned instantly look like milk. It was like, okay, that wasn't good. And it took it about a week and a half to clear up. And it was like, oh gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like, oh Lord. And it was like, it was after winter and all the leaves, because we didn't get it covered the last winter. We didn't get it covered. So all the leaves were in it, and it made the water and the inside really nasty. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, we're done. We're done. Pool is over. I said, we'll make a fire pit. Because, we have this big sand spot because you put pools over sand. And so we have this big sand spot where the pool was. I was like, I'll dig a little hole and put, some rocks, big rocks around it, make a fire pit, put chairs around it, and y'all can like roast marshmallows or hot dogs or something.
Wow.
Yeah, but it was like, and then I'm going to bring my rock tumbler in and just stick it over in the corner because it's so cold. I don't want it to be outside in the cold.
Yeah.
That cold. and mess it up because they're not inexpensive. They're quite expensive.
Hmm.
You wouldn't think just to roll rocks around would be expensive, but they're
Yeah.
expensive. So it's going to come in. And I never took the vibrator out of the box because, well, not that kind of vibrator. It's a big
That
tub.
took a turn.
Yeah, it's a big tub that you fill up with like the grit, and it just sits there and vibrates. And that's how it, like for rocks that you can't tumble, because they're so
Wow.
fragile that you can't tumble them, you put them in the vibrator and they literally smooth it because they're vibrating in that sand,
Yeah.
the grit stuff. But they're so, like, if you put them in a tumbler and they were to tumble, it would break them or just wear them off. Like there was one that I did that I wished I'd put it in the vibrator instead of in the tumbler because it was really, really beautiful. And it was, I don't know what it was made out of, because putting it in the tumbler, it literally tumbled it down to a little bitty piece like
Oh
this.
my.
And it originally was like this size, but it just tumbled it all away. It just ate
Wow.
the rock. And it was really cool. So it was like, yeah. Now, note to self, when you have a unique rock like that, don't put it in the tumbler. Put
Yeah.
it in the other thing.
You'd have to learn these things, I guess.
I was like, put it in. I watched so many rock tumbling, and it was two guys generally, and that's how I found out about it. And it's called a vibrator. It's a rock vibrator. And it's literally this thing, and it sits there and it just sits there and vibrates. And that's how it
Wow.
moves that stuff around it to smooth it. One's up in Michigan, and he would walk up and down the Michigan shores and get these rocks and do them. And yeah, very interesting.
Wow.
Very cold water up there, though. Very cold water. But it does have really neat rocks, because when we were up there, I remember getting rocks up there, and very cool rocks.
Yeah.
Very cold water. The upper peninsula of Michigan, very cold. Very cold.
Wow.
Because we went up there, we used to have this big boat. Okay, we lived in northern Arkansas, had this big boat. We used it on the Mississippi River. Well, when we got orders to go to Maine don't have no big rivers. And it really didn't have any big water lakes or anything where we were going to be at. So we really didn't need this big boat. And so we sold it to my ex-husband's sister, who lived in the upper peninsula of Michigan. Okay, and we had this little bitty Dodge Charger. Okay, little bitty Dodge Charger. Big boat. I mean, the kind that has the walk down where you can walk down into like the little area and, has a little kitchen table. Big boat. Boat was like double the size of the car, to where people on the CB would be like, is there a car or something in front of this boat? Because, you couldn't see the vehicle. All you saw was boat. It was enough that made me car sick, because, of course, the car is doing this because the boat's like driving it
Yeah.
everywhere. And then we get up into the Chicago area, and it had really bad roads. So there were so many potholes, it actually broke our hitch to where it was only hanging on by one side. And these truck
Wow.
drivers were like, well, we'll one of us will get in front of you and one of us will get behind you, because if that boat breaks loose, it would hurt a car more than it would hurt us. And we'll get you to the truck stop where they can weld it back together.
Wow.
And so we're like, okay. And so we get to the toll booth and we're like, well, where do we go? And they said, go to that one over there. So we go to that one over there. Did not realize that was for, like, if you went through it, once it went up, once four wheels went over, it automatically came down. So we go through with the car. The handle thing comes down and smashes right across the top of the boat and just explodes in the smithereens. And we're like, now what do we do? And they were like, just go. I was like, I'll never forget that, because it's like the front wheels went over, back wheels went, and then that thing just came, poof, it just poof. We were like, oh my God. And they were like, just go. And they took us to the truck stop, and the truck stop was like, well, we don't have welding facility availability until in the morning. So we were stuck in Chicago in a truck stop with this big old boat in a little bitty car waiting for in the morning to where they would have a welder available
Wow.
to weld this thing back together. Because it was like, I'll never forget that. I was just like, oh my God, will we ever get this thing dropped off and be done with it?
Oh,
But you can imagine the shock on our face because it was night and it was dark. And then, it's just like, oh my God.
wow.
And these truckers are on the radio going, go, 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 go. It was like, oh Lord. But they were like, yeah, we could take the hit if that thing breaks loose better than a car could. So we'll just stay
Wow.
right with you until we get you there. But yeah, that was interesting. But it was like where we were going, we had no use for it. So might as well give it to someone that could use it because it would work out on the, big Michigan lakes.
Wow. And it got there in the end, I assume.
Huh?
It got there in the end, I
Yeah,
assume.
we got there and handed it off to his sister. And then we went and saw a bunch of lighthouses because they have tons of lighthouses up there.
Wow.
Because that's where the Edmund Fitzgerald went down, and they have lighthouses all over the place because of that lake. That lake's huge.
Yeah.
I think it's Erie. But it's huge. It's a huge lake. You can't even see. I mean, it's like looking at the ocean. It's huge.
Wow.
So we went and saw a bunch of lighthouses and, walked up and down, collected rocks that look really pretty when they're in the water. And then when they dry, you're like, not so sure about that rock. They always look better when they're wet and then when they're dry. That's why I like polished rocks because they look good no matter what.
Yeah.
Some of them I polish and they come out and they look just as gnarly as when they went in. It's like, yeah, that didn't do anything for that rock. And usually it was the kid rocks, the ones the kids picked.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, I love that rock. And you'll polish it for 6 weeks and it comes out and it looks just the same. It's like, yeah, it didn't do anything for it. Whereas some of the ones like my brother's rocks that he gave me, they came out and they're really pretty. I mean, they are really pretty. But yeah, kid rocks, I guess kids think anything's good.
Yeah.
Because when we did that little creek adventure, they were like, "Ooh, this rock! Ooh, this rock!" And just like I let them do a video of painting rocks. Well, all they did was take every color there was on their plate, stir it together, and make this muddy green, and painted the whole rock muddy green. I was like, okay.
Oh, wow.
It's like, just let you do what you want to do. It's like, let you do what you want to do. If you want to make it muddy green, we'll make it muddy green.
Yeah. It's memories for them, though.
It's like, it's amazing. And then, like, I bought this one game for my granddaughter, and neither me or her can understand it. It's supposed to be like Exploding Kittens.
Oh, okay.
Only it's called Mantis. But it's
Okay.
supposed to be like, I'm just like, I don't get this. And she's like, neither do I. Let's play war. I was like, okay, let's play war. War we get. Don't get Mantis. It's like, don't get Mantis at all. Mm-mm.
No, my brother bought Reese Exploding Kittens.
I might actually turn around and give it to all 3 of those kids for a Christmas present to take to their house, and they can play with at their house. Because evidently it's one of them things, how kids are like whizzes with laptops and tablets and anything electronic. Evidently it's like that because, supposedly Exploding Kittens is like a big kid game that they all just instantly get. Well, I didn't.
I don't get it.
So I'll give it to the 3 kids and then they can get it together and
Yeah.
Because I don't get it. No matter how hard I tried, did not get it. I like how Palmy put that. Kids are not amazing, amazing angels. They're usually little torrential devils. And then whenever something breaks or something's bad, and like who did that? No one did anything. It just miraculously it broke itself.
Yeah. Who ate all the ice cream? Not me.
It's like, no.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, it's like, nope. They told me the ghost did it.
Yeah.
I love that one. The ghost did it. We didn't do it. I was like, okay. I'm like, what ghost? And you're like, the ghost. It's like, y'all are bad. Little bad minions to the bone.
Pete the poltergeist.
It's like, they're good at being bad little minions to the bone. So I wonder who Man Toddler Haribo was.
I don't know. I don't think it's Haribo that I know.
I don't think it was the same one, so I finally blocked him.
Yeah. He's had problems with a stalker, like annoying person.
I remember one time I had a troll come in and they were talking about putting on strap-ons. And me and Christopher were in talking. And I just told him, I said, well, that's funny. I said, you want to subscribe? And he just took off like lickety split. So usually if they're being obnoxious or nasty, if you'll sit there and tell them, hey, that's cool, subscribe, they're gone because that's not what they wanted. They were usually trying to cause a ruckus, and when they don't get a ruckus, then they leave.
Yeah. It's just.
But we were both, that's funny. Why don't you subscribe? That was a great joke.
Especially Mr. Colossal.
Yeah, it was like it was him that was in it.
Yeah.
And we were both, I was like, that's funny. He goes, yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, he used to come in my lives, and Jeremy would come in, but they haven't come in the last few times I've come on.
No.
But people usually get in their clicks, and that's where they stay.
Yep.
That is where they stay.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'll stay. I've still watched some of the originals, but then some like the kind of switched over to I'm a Twitch only. It's like, yeah, I'm not.
No.
And if they get really bad, then I'll just unsubscribe because I don't even want to know that they came on.
I do the minute they say I'm going, because I've been watching your videos for I don't know how long, and now you're jumping. Bye-bye.
Yep. It's like, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Or if they get really nasty or hateful.
Yeah.
Or they're using their platform more to sell, or I mean, like Cincy or paparazzi, and that's all they're doing.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm not watching just to do that.
It's not what the fan base is for.
It's like, yeah, I could go watch a commercial for that.
One that annoyed me was a big one, wanted to go home, I think it was for Christmas, and was practically saying, hey, can you give me some money so I can go home?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm done. And people did it. And you're like,
Yep. Oh, yeah. I've sat there and watched them throw so much money at one of them during their lives. I'm just like going, I counted it up one
I
night and I
know.
was like, she just made like $400.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched that and counted up how much they've made on a live?
No.
I mean, I sit there and I counted it up in one night. Someone made about $400 in their live,
Wow.
for an hour, hour and a half of doing a live. And people were just throwing $20, $40, you know. I was just like, wow, I don't have that kind of money just to
No.
throw out there.
No.
That was like your channel. I was going to join it. And then it was like $10. And I was like, well, if it was $5, I might, but I ain't doing it for
Yeah.
10. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I will do a smaller one because someone said about I don't want all the stuff, and I'd feel mean doing it that way and not sending the stuff. Because I'm like that, so I'll do a cheaper package and then
Yeah, if there was like a
sort
lower
it out.
level, like if you had a lower
Yeah,
level and a higher level, I could have done that.
yeah,
But I was just like, yeah, I can't do 10. But I also live on
yeah.
a fixed income. So
And that's fair enough. Fair enough.
my income is very fixed. Like Nix
Yeah,
gets her little Patreon, but she gets like $5.
yeah, yeah. I'll sort it.
Because, yeah. Hey, but hey, it's actually a little better than what it was when I was on long-term disability. So I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
good. Because that was rough.
Nice.
That was rough.
Yeah.
Because my long-term disability was 40% of what my paychecks were. So I was living on less than half of what I was used to living on.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Overnight as well. So,
Overnight.
mm,
It was like, they were like, yeah, you're only going to get, and then what they don't tell you is like, okay, I was getting 40% and it wasn't taxed because it was disability. But then when you finally get disability, you have to pay them all that money back, all of it. So like when I got my back pay from disability, I had to turn around and as a chunk payment, pay them back.
oh my God.
And then now this is a high enough chunk that they gave me that I'm going to have to pay taxes on it. And so now I basically have been taxed for that time. I was just like, this really sucks.
Oh my God.
It was like they get you coming and going. But I was like, what? I was like, I got to pay you back as a lump sum. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, okay.
How is that fair? Because you didn't get it in a lump sum.
I mean, it was just like, oh my God.
Wow.
So yeah, you get this nice back paycheck, but then about a third of it automatically goes poof.
Yeah.
I was like, really? And then I got to try and pay taxes. So there's another so much of it. I was just like, yeah, I might have got that much, but I ain't getting that much.
No.
Yes, they do need to sort out that system because it really sucked. Really sucked. And I mean, I guess I'm on the luckier end of things because as a nurse, and I did high-end nursing. I didn't just do basic nursing. I always did ER, ICU, cath lab, did on call for, you'd work 70, 80 hours in 1 week
Yeah.
kind of thing, to where my income was high enough that whenever I got disability and they did their little calculation of what you're going to get to live on for the rest of your life was high enough that it's actually halfway decent price.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like if I did like regular work, I'd probably be making squat.
Yeah.
But it was like, but I never saw my house. I mean, when I was doing cath lab, I never saw my house because I'd lived 15 minutes out of what their doctor wanted for callback time, because he wanted like 15 to 20 minutes. And it would take me right at 30, 35 to get to work.
Wow.
So I was about 15 minutes out of the callback time, which meant for that week that I was on call, I had to, and luckily my aunt lived in the town where I worked, to where she let me rent a room for $100 a week. So I'm like paying my aunt $200 a month to stay there. And then I had to buy like a separate household of stuff to have there because I got tired of dragging it back and forth. So I had my shampoo there, my makeup there, everything. I had double everything because I got tired of carrying it all back and forth in a couple of suitcases. It was like that got old. And so I literally would go to work and not come home for a solid week. Like a solid week.
Blimey.
So like whenever I got divorced and I had all these animals, they ran wild. My dad would make sure they had food and water, but they were on their own for a week till I got back home.
Wow. I've just dropped my drills again.
So when I was for 6 months of the year, I never saw my house.
Mm.
That was rough. So yes, the money was good, but the lifestyle sucked.
Yeah.
There was days I'd go to work at 7:30 in the morning and I wouldn't get home till 3:00 the next morning. And then still have to be back at work at 7:30.
And deal with all the patients in between all that.
I mean, I was so glad we got a new manager because the female manager, whatever that doctor wanted, she would never tell him no. Never. I mean, never tell him no. So if he said we're going to work till 5 a.m, she was like, okay. She would never tell him no. Well, after they demoted her to staff and they put this other guy as manager, he was like, my staff is not working past this time unless it's an emergency. And he said, and if you want to add something on and anyone has any objection to it, it's called. It's not happening unless it's an emergency. So it was like, yeah, I loved him because he was like, the last case starts at 4:30. And that's it. Once you start that 4:30 case, that's the last case of the night, unless, someone's coming in with a heart attack or something. Instead of like, oh yeah, keep adding.
Wow.
Because, they're as bad as kids. They'll do as much as you let them get away with.
Yeah.
With her saying, yeah, whatever. Yeah. It was just like, oh, I don't feel like going home tonight. We're staying. And it was like, what? Because you don't do real well work when you're up for 20 hours, 21 hours, and then you got to come back to work in 3 hours. And then his rule was like, if we did get called out, like say they called us out for a heart attack at 11 o'clock at night, and we worked from 11 till like 3 or 4, to put the stent in, get them up to the floor, get them the sheaths pulled, and it would take you till 4 o'clock to get home. If we worked until that time, then we were not required to come back in the next day until 10 o'clock instead of having to be there at 7:30.
Wow.
His thing was like, if you're there till 4 o'clock in the morning, you do not need to be back here at 7:30. You have till 10, get sleep. So I was so thankful for that. Because you don't function well on 2 and 3 hours worth of sleep, especially when you do it 7 days in a row. My mom used to say, well, you see Aunt Edie every day. And I was like, what are you talking about? We don't see each other. She goes, well, you're there at this time. And I'm like, oh, no. I said, by the time I get home, she's gone to work. Yeah. And by the time she gets home, I have gone to work. So no, we don't see each other.
Wow.
That was very rough. ER was like clinic. You would actually have people that would round up their kids at 12 o'clock at night because they had a fever and drag them into the ER because they wanted free medicine.
Yeah.
Yep. And finally, one doctor used to tell them, nope, Walmart's right down the road. They just need some Tylenol and some Robitussin. It's just like,
wow. Mad.
No, it's one thing whenever your ER is full of clinic stuff, because literally this is what they told us. We're like, well, you could go to your clinic for that. They go, yeah, but we have to pay them. We don't have to pay you. And that was flat what they told us.
Yeah.
I was like, that's wrong.
Wow.
Well, it is 9 o'clock here, so I think I'm going to hop off.
Yeah.
We have actually lasted for 4 hours. It's not 12, but this is as long as I've stayed live.
I'll get you up to my standard one day.
We'll just keep progressing.
Yeah. In stages.
Yeah, we'll just make them longer each time.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been
But I've
fun.
actually made it 4 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Done well.
And thank you for coming in. Thank you.
For having me.
Thank you for letting me vent, because I'm sorry, but he triggered it.
Yeah, any time, Cindy.
He triggered it. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm.
They bring it out and they play with it for a while, and then you're like stuck with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, really? Man, I hadn't thought of that for a while, and you brought that out?
Yeah. Now go home and deal with that. Thanks. But thank you for having me. It's been a
You're
blast.
welcome. Yeah, see you later. How you doing? Hey, I did it.
Yeah.
I will see you later. I love you. Everyone subscribe, like, pass it around, share us.
Yeah.
Bye, Palmy. See you later. And I will end it. Thank you, guys.